Hello and welcome to Baiju's Exam Prep IAS. Very warm good morning to everyone. I hope all of you are doing good. I welcome you back to class number 8 of governance. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Let's wait for a couple of minutes. Let everyone join in and then we will begin the class. Thank you so much, everyone. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning. Shanawaz is saying NHRC solves millions of cases and provides payment of billions of jobs. Then why is it toothless tiger? Shanawaz, I'm not sure which millions of jobs you are talking about, or millions of cases that they solve. Even the judiciary doesn't solve millions of cases, so I don't know which NHRC case you are talking about. But the toothless tiger is not about the number of cases. Toothless tiger is that they don't have the power to take any action against a government servant. All right, then. Once again, I welcome all of you. I hope all of you are doing good. As you remember, today is the second last module, module number 8 of governance. We do not have a class tomorrow. Tomorrow is Eid. We'll be back for our last module day after tomorrow, that is on a Friday. So do keep a track of that. Coming back. Let's quickly revise what we studied yesterday. We also had a couple of mains questions yesterday, which I'm sure none of you paid attention to after your class was over. But let's see if you paid attention to it. If you thought about it, we'll discuss those questions as well. Let's quickly see what we had. Yesterday, we started our discussion. We discussed about three statutory bodies yesterday, starting with the National Human Rights Commission. We discussed how the beginning of human rights as a concept was with the UN, starting something or adopting something called the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. So, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, adopted by the UN General Assembly 1948, was the first ever such document. It has about 30 articles which talk about the human rights which should be available to everyone around the world, irrespective of their country, their gender, their economic status, whatever. These are very similar to our fundamental rights in many ways. These are usually one liners. You don't have to go into a lot of detail of all of these. Then we discussed about how India went ahead and made sure that we also have a statutory body to work in this regard. The National Commission for Human Rights was created as a statutory body in India in 1993 because of the Paris Principles. I discussed it yesterday. The Paris Principles that were adopted by the Paris Conference and all the countries that participated in it, including India. We discussed about the membership, chairman, five other members, two from judiciary, three people having expertise in human rights. Out of these three, one of them should be a woman. Then ex officio members would be seven. Seven people who are head of different commissions will be the ex officio members here. Then we discuss the appointment process, how it has six-member committee that suggests a name to the President of India for the appointment. Then we discuss about the removal process, which is the same as we have been discussing so far. Same for UPSC, same for CIC, Lokpal, CVC, all of them. President of India will remove them. President will ask the Supreme Court to conduct an inquiry. They will see if the person is guilty of any of these, and then the person will be removed. Term of office is 3 years. Earlier used to be 5 years. In 2019, when the law was changed, it was converted to 3 years. Interestingly, they are eligible for reappointment in that same post. Usually in government jobs, you do not see like these kind of jobs, you do not see reappointment happening. But over here, reappointment has been given as an option. Then we discuss about the functions. The functions being that they receive complaints against human rights violations done by public servants mainly. Then they also can intervene in the court proceedings if they think someone's human rights are being violated. They can visit jails, suggest to the government how to make improvements in the jails. They can review how the laws are working about human rights protection in India, even suggest the government how to prevent terrorism cases or how to work after terrorism cases to make sure people's human rights are protected. They also study international treaties, etc., and then give suggestion to the government how to implement them in our own country. They undertake research in the field of human rights, engage with the people, suggesting them, making them more aware about human rights, educating them, holding seminars, etc. And they also make sure that they collaborate with the NGOs and other institutions who are working in the field of human rights. Issues, just like the other ones, independent staff is very less. They don't have a lot of money. They are dependent on the government agency like the CBI to conduct inquiry. They can only recommend government to take action. They don't have any power to take action themselves. Then we also discussed about other issues such as they don't have much power to collaborate with a lot of other NGOs, etc., because they don't have that much money. Their annual reports are not published by the government for a long, long time. Then some examples. Then we discuss about the National Commission for Minorities, how the National Commission for Minorities also does a similar kind of a job, just that it takes complaints for the minority community. It is again a statutory body formed in 1992. There is no definition of the word minority in our constitution. Minorities are those communities which are declared as minority by the government of India. The central government so far has declared six religious minorities in India, as you can see on the screen. Muslims, Christians, Sikh, Buddhists, Parsis, and Jains. These are six religious minorities in India as notified by the central government. National Commission for Minority has a chairperson, vice chairperson, and five members. These are usually political in nature. You will see these people belonging to certain political parties, mostly the parties in power. They take complaints if they think or if the minority community thinks that they have been discriminated against. They also look into the laws of the constitution, the laws passed by the parliament, whether they are being followed well or not for the interest of minorities. They make recommendations to the government. They prepare annual reports like the others. Then we also have other functions such as the minority community. If they have some problem, how to safeguard them. They also suggest measures to be undertaken by the central or the state governments. They also undertake study of different research, suggest the government how to improve the research. They publish periodical reports to the center government so that they can take action in this regard. Then we discuss the question of whether we have state-wise minorities or not, because in a lot of states, Hindus are in a minority. We discussed about the Supreme Court judgment in this regard. The latest Supreme Court judgment is that yes, minorities can be state dependent, but as I told you yesterday also, there has not been any progress on this regard. We have not seen any state government making a law about this. So it is still a Supreme Court judgment, but nothing has really been implemented after that. Then the National Commission for Women, they do the same kind of a job for women. The objective is to take up complaints if they have some complaints for women, suggest to the government how to make better laws, how to make better policies, see if the government laws are being followed or not regards to women. Then this is also a political body like the last one. Most of the members are political in nature, belonging to political parties. There's a chairperson, there are five members, there's, one of them has to be from SC/ST community, and there is one member secretary as well. Functions very similar: give reports on conditions of women, take up complaints that women have, inspect women jails, support women in whatever way that they can, try and support them in fighting cases also on women related issues, make sure that they undertake in studies and then suggest to the government. This was the charter that we had of the National Commission for Women. Similar kind of issues as we discussed in the other bodies. Then we discussed about pressure groups. Pressure groups in simple terms are those groups that have the right or that try to put pressure on the government either to make a law or not to make a law, whichever is in their interest. In India, there is no official recognition of a pressure group. In India, no company or group can register itself with the government as a pressure group. There's no law such as that. But there are many groups in India that act as a pressure group. We took examples of many of them. They act as a link between the public and the government. Many times they raise the voice of the people, but usually they work in their own interest. Some examples include FICCI, the business group, the agrarian group by farmers, trade unions, profession based unions, etc., student unions. All of these can act as pressure groups. Then we also discuss the functions of the pressure group, mainly ensuring that policy is influenced by them, making sure that they are able to make laws, or they are able to allow the government or pressurize the government to make laws that they want and not what the government would want. We also discussed the example of National Rifle Association of US and how they have been successful. Then we had discussed about the role of NGOs and the self-help groups. NGOs, they're the non-government organizations formed to do a similar kind of a job that the government does. There are different types of these organizations, some based on civil rights, who fight cases in the interest of the public, labor union, peace organization, media organizations, all of these are civil society organizations. Why do the NGOs work well for India, or why are they helpful? They ensure that the government programs, initiatives reach till the last mile. They act as a voice of the citizen. They provide skill development also. They popularize the government policies. The problem, many of them don't account for the funds that they have. There is lack of transparency, accountability, there are malpractices. External auditing is missing in most cases. Funds are being diverted to other places, as we discussed yesterday as well. Government of India has been trying to ban a lot of NGOs, especially those that take funds from foreign countries, from foreign sources. For that purpose, we also studied a law, FCRA, Foreign Contribution Regulation Act. This is the law in simple terms that says if you have an NGO, you want funding from outside India, then if you have to take funding more than 25,000 in a year, then you have to apply for FCRA license. Less than 25,000 you can take. 25,000 or more, you have to go ahead and take permission from the FCRA. The Home Ministry will give the license. That license is valid for a period of 5 years only. After 5 years are over, you again have to apply for the license, and the government will see if you have done well, then the license will be given, otherwise, it will not be given. There are five purposes for which contribution from foreign countries can be taken: social, educational, religious, economic, and cultural. These are the five purposes for which you can go and take up funds from outside. Then we discuss the changes in the law. Public servants cannot take foreign contribution. If you want to transfer fund to some other NGO, you can do only to them who also have an FCI license. Aadhaar is required for registration. You need to have a special FCRA account open in the State Bank of India New Delhi branch. Administrative expenditure total from the foreign funds received can be 20%, not more than that. And you have to surrender your certificate if you close down your NGO. You can't just transfer it to someone else. Then we discuss about some of the issues that the government is kind of, as per the experts, misusing its power. Government has been banning a lot of NGOs, saying it is in the public interest, which has led to the rights of the NGOs being compromised, which has led to the right of expression being compromised, and the right to make right to form associations also being compromised. Then we discuss about the self-help groups. In the end, informal grouping of people coming together, sharing money or pooling in resources, even as small as 100 rupees each, coming together, maybe to start a business, maybe to start a help group for everyone's help. That is what a self-help group is, usually seen in the rural areas, usually amongst women. It leads to much more equality in the society, gender equity also, because it usually empowers the women. It also can act as a pressure group in small scale. It gives a voice to marginalized section, and it empowers the entire society. It makes them a part of the financial system as well if they take up loans from the bank. Then we took an example of Kudum Shri, how one of the most successful self-help groups in India's history in Kerala has worked, and it has been appreciated all around. Then we discuss a couple of questions. This is where we were yesterday. Okay. So there were two mains practice questions yesterday, which I asked you to go and look into, which I'm sure none of you did. So, anyway, Let's come back and see what are these two practice questions. They're pretty interesting questions. What can you write in this? What you have to write in these? What are the expected answers? So let's see. This was a question asked in 2018. The question is, multiplicity of various commissions for vulnerable sections of the society leads to problems of overlapping jurisdiction and duplication of functions. Is it better to merge all commissions into an umbrella human rights commission? Argue your case. So, the question is simple. Let's assume there is a tribal women whose human rights are being violated. So that tribal women goes where? National Commission for Women, National Human Rights Commission, National Commission for Scheduled Tribes. Where does the women go? And let's assume the woman is also from the minority community. Then where does she go? So there are a lot of complaints which can be filed to many of these groups. And for some reason, we have formed all these various groups. So the question is simple, whether do you think multiplicity is good or bad? Now, please understand something. This is a question where you are explicitly asked, take one side or the other. If you can see, you are explicitly being asked here. It is not like discuss, critically analyze, or elaborate. No. In those kind of cases, discuss, critically analyze, you can take both sides and see which side is better. Over here, you have to take a stand. You can give one or two points against your stand also, but you have to take one stand here. You can't be half here and half there, because it is specifically asking you that is it better to merge all the commissions? Argue your case. These kind of questions, if you don't take a stand, if you say there are good points also, then there are bad points also, sir, I don't know, you decide. Then it means that you are not confident enough of your answer, or you're not confident enough of your stand. So ultimately, if you really want to write a good answer in these questions where it is specifically asked to you that you tell what is your argument, so you have to take one side very solid. Now, which side is better, which side is worse, you decide. I will try to give you points on both the sides. Let's try and discuss points on both the sides. You decide which side is better, which side is not. By now, I am sure all of you at least know how to write an introduction. By now, all of you know how to write an introduction. As we discussed time and time again, introduction can be a definition or a fact. Now, in this, you don't have any definition. I don't see any scope of writing a definition of anything. There's no technical word. So maybe you can go with a fact. For example, India has multiple statutory bodies to look into the problems of vulnerable sections of the society, including and name some of them: Human Rights Commission, Women Commission, Minority Commission, and you can talk about constitutional bodies also, such as SC Commission, ST Commission, Backward Class Commission, etc., which leads to the problem of multiplicity. Something like that can be the introduction, because there's nothing as a definition. Now, the big point is, which side do you take? Yes or no, right or wrong? Let's see. Again, remember, in these kind of questions, please remember, how many marks you get will not depend on which side you take. So don't worry about one side being right and one side being wrong. Don't worry about that. The marks will depend upon how you justify your answer. There is no single answer to this, yes or no. It's not a question, or it's not a factual question, right? That does the sun rise in the east, yes or no? Then one answer is right, one answer is wrong. You can't argue on the other side. But in this kind of a case, when they are themselves asking you that is it fine, is it not fine, you don't have to think about which side is correct and which side is wrong. Just see from your point of view from which side you have more points, and usually go with that side. For which side do you have more points? So let's see some of the pointers. Let's first talk about yes, they should be merged. And then we'll talk about no, should not be merged. Again, you have to take one side of the two. I'm repeating it time and time again. When they are specifically asking you You cannot go half and half. It shows that you are not sure about yourself. You are not confident about your answer. You have to take one side. In the end, maybe mention one or two things from the opposite side to conclude, but in the main body you have to take one side because it is specifically being asked. Okay, let's talk about the point. It should be merged. What do you think? Why it should be merged? Why it should be merged? Okay, Anusha has already given a lot of points. You can also keep adding it. So obviously prevents overlap. Then funds become easier. Obviously funds, resources, etc. You don't have to give salary to everyone, basically, right? Right. Duplicacy of work is the same thing. Prevents overlapping, prevents duplicacy of work. Yes, Manoj is saying better coordination. Correct. What else? Yes. Efficient, etc. comes in resources only. It is more efficient, etc. Yes. So Amrit, yes, solves a problem of understaffing. So understaffing is solved. What else? Prabhakar saying make it a constitutional body. Prabhakar, but that is not what the question is asking. The question not asking whether it should be an account, whether it should be a constitutional body or not. Question is, should we merge all these organizations into one or not? They are not asking constitutional body or not, right? Okay, perfect. Easy for people to know where to go, where not to go. And one more point where many people are not saying, basically eases burden on eases burden on CBI also, because CBI also will not have to see one case is coming from here, one case is coming from here, and this and that and etc. So that also becomes a issue. So usually these points are good enough. These many points are good enough. 6 points good enough. You don't have to go beyond that. Okay. So it should be merged are these pointers. Let's talk about should not be merged. What about this? What about this? Should not be merged. Why should not be merged? What do you think? Should not be merged. Yeah, Sriram has a good point. Address specific issues. Address specific issues. What else? Increase work burden. Yes. So it will increase work burden. Okay. What else? Then, yes, Alok has a very good point. Not just tribal. See, everyone has a different problem. Everyone has a different problem. So there are unique problems of different people. Unique problems. Not all problems are the same. Zeba is saying employment. Zeba, I would not say employment because the people who are heading these commissions, they will get other jobs as well. It's not about common people, right? Lack of coordination. But lack of coordination, we have written on the other side, right? Again, guys, please understand the question carefully. The question is not asking you whether it should be a constitutional body or not. So please keep that point aside. The question not asking whether it should be a constitutional body. Question is simple: whether they should be merged or they should not be merged. Okay. Better working. Okay, got it. Okay, now you can stop. Now you can stop. You can stop now. You can stop now. Wait. Now, let me tell you a couple of pointers, which many of you, I think none of you said. So I'll give you a couple of other pointers. Guys, you can stop. Stop means stop. I don't know what is the synonym of stop, but stop means stop. Wait. So now, no means no, right? So now let me add a couple of pointers here, a couple of things so that you can understand here. One thing that none of you said, no worries. So basically, in this point, you can also give a historical example. Historical example for if you have read in polity, we used to have same commission for SC and ST. Remember, We used to have one same commission, national commission for SC and ST, but that got separated because the government understood that we cannot have same commission. So historical evidence also suggests, you can write, for example, in the point that historical evidence also suggests that having one commission for multiple groups does not really work. So one point here that many people did not write. One other point is, understand something. Let's say you belong to a minority community, or let's say you are a woman, or let's say you are a scheduled tribe or whatever. Just tell me this. Let's say you are a scheduled tribe or you are a woman. As a woman, would you be more comfortable going to the women commission, or would you be more comfortable going to a commission that handles every kind of a thing? Where would you be more comfortable? Where would you think that this is where my cases will be heard? You would obviously be more comfortable going to your specific commission, right? I'm not saying it will help or not help, but think of it from the people's point of view. If you belong to a certain specific identity and you go to a group based for that identity specifically, you will be obviously much more confident. So, people's confidence, people's confidence also will work. Now, all of these are good enough pointers. As I said earlier as well, when the question specifically is asking you which side is better, you have to take one of the two sides. Again, none of the two sides can say that we are the only ones correct. You can take either of the two sides, that is not a problem. How do you decide? How do you decide is at the time of the examination. Guys, you can stop, please. Enough. Okay. I know all of you are very knowledgeable, intelligent. Please listen to me. You can now stop writing. Okay. So now just listen here. So, how do you decide which side do you have to take? Basically, what you have to do is right now, when you are giving me these pointers, you are in your free mind. Maybe you would have searched yesterday, or you can give ideas. But in the sitting in the examination, you might have a lot of pressure in your mind. You might not get a lot of points in the exam. So, sitting in the exam, when you see a question, see which is the side where you are getting more points from. So if you are getting more points on this side in sitting in the exam, because see, when you see this kind of a question, you have to think of points within 2 minutes. You don't have a lot of time. Within 2 minutes, you have to think what are the points that I have in my mind and start writing because you don't have a lot of time, right? So now in that within 2 minutes, which is the side which is weighing heavy on you? Go ahead with that. Don't think that no, this is right, this is wrong. Whichever side that you can justify with better pointers, go ahead with that. So sitting in the exam, think of where exactly is it that you can actually get more points. So either of the two in the main body. But as I said again, and I'm stressing this time and time again, you have to specifically mention what side you stand on. Do you agree that it should be merged or it should not be merged? And then in the concluding argument, you can write one or two points opposite as well, that however we have to be careful because one or two this may also happen, something like that in the conclusion. So if you are taking this side for example, then write however we have to make sure that specific issues are also addressed and people's confidence is taken care of while setting up one single commission, something like that. Or opposite, if you are taking up this side, then you can say however we should make sure that all these organizations have better resources and better funds, so better coordination, so that they can eventually solve people's problems. So whichever side that you are taking, in the conclusion maybe write just one or two points against it, but again your answer should clearly reflect which side have you taken, because the question has asked you to take a side. If the question would not have asked you to take a side, if the question would have just said discuss, let's say if the question would have been that we should have one single organization for all the human rights issues, full stop, critically analyze, then you can write both sides, half and half. Or discuss, then half both sides, not a problem. But they are specifically asking you to take a side, then take a side. Okay. The other, again, also, in case you have other pointers in your mind, please feel free to use those as well. This is just a suggestion from our end. This is what you can write. It has been crowdsourced, as you can see. It is these are suggestions given by you only mostly. So if you have more suggestions, please feel free to add them as well. Not really a problem. Then we had this question: is the National Commission for Women able to strategize and tackle the problems that women face at both public and private spheres? Give reasons in support of your answer. Now, as you can see, this question is not specifically asking you to take a side. So, over here, you can take both the sides. You can say, yes, they are successful in some cases, and no, they also have some issues. So you give support, reason in support of both of your answers. Now, I am sure for this question, you have many points in no, as we discussed yesterday. Lack of funds, not many powers, only recommendatory in nature, all of this. So in no, you have a lot of points, right? Now, about the yes. About the no, the PPT gives you all the points. I'm not going to discussing of no. About yes, that yes, they have been able to help. How do you write that? What examples can you give that they have helped? Any idea? Anyone who cared to search on this? Anyone who spent your precious time on this yesterday? Okay, Chaitanya. Okay, Atmakuri. Sakib, Kudumbashri is not a invention of National Commission for Women. Kudumbashri is a separate topic. What did the National Commission for Women do in this? Kudumbashri was not formed by National Commission for Women, right? What else? Has anyone searched for it? When I said yesterday, think about it, I meant to say search something. Okay. Anyway, let me give you a few examples. Let me give you a few examples of yes. So basically, what you can say is there are a few pointers that you have to understand. First, they have run many awareness campaigns. They have run many awareness campaigns on the issue of acid attacks. Because of their efforts, buying of acid has become much more difficult now. So they have made sure that acid buying has become much more difficult. Asset buying is difficult because of them. Then raising awareness, you can write about always that they have raised awareness about issues. Yes, Vishaka guidelines example you can give. You can give examples of other types of laws. I'll give you one more initiative. Have you heard of something called She Box? Have you heard of something called She Box? Have you heard of this? No. Okay. So She Box is a kind of a online complaint portal for women. It's an online complaint portal for women where women who are facing any kind of issue at their workplace, if they are being harassed at their workplace, they can come and file a complaint specifically for women. It's a portal called SheBox. Now, this is a kind of question which you would be able to write an answer to if you are reading current affairs. And that is why, from the very beginning, I've been telling you for governance, you don't need to read any book. Focus on the PPTs and also read current affairs. From current affairs, you can get examples like these: the She Box that I told you, awareness campaign about acid attacks, the Vishaka guidelines case, other types of awareness campaigns that they have raised. So these kind of examples can be given. This is again, yes, Jatin very smart. Jatin very smartly saying, sir, they also release SOP on rescue of trafficked girls. Where did you read it, Jatin? So again, yes. So again, these are the examples that you can give, right? In the part that yes, they have been able to work, and then you have to write about know what are the problems that they have, the issues that we discussed. So this is a kind of question where you would have to give a balanced answer because you're not specifically asked to take one single side, and then conclude by saying that the issues in the National Women Commission should be addressed as soon as possible to ensure that India achieves its goal of gender equity or something like that. Okay. So I don't think this was a difficult answer. The first one was slightly tricky, but I hope now you would be able to answer that. On that note, let's quickly go ahead and start with the political parties now. Zeba is saying, are two, three examples enough? Zeba, see, in this question, you had to write about positives also, negatives also. So, in when you have tried these two things, obviously two, three examples on both the sides are good enough within the word limit. For negatives, you only anyways have three, four examples. Then in positive, also give three, four examples. Good enough. Okay. Guys, I'll take just two or three questions because we are starting a bit late this module. I don't want to fall back. So I'll quickly take very few questions and then we'll go ahead very quickly. Uh, Shanawaz is saying, can we use GEP as an example? Shanawaz, again, if you think women commission has something to do in the GEP rank, then only, because the question is about women commission's role. The question is not about the status of women overall. The question is the role played by women commission. If you think they had a role to play, then yes. Otherwise, please leave it out. Shriram, yes, in Vishaka guidelines, an important role was played by women commission. They were helping the NGOs that had filed the Vishaka guidelines case in the Supreme Court. Pulkit, sure you can. Manoj is saying, can we write short form like NCW, NCM, etc. to use less words? So, Pulkit, this is always advisable when you're using the word for the first time in the answer, write in full and then in bracket. After that, you can start using short forms. But at least in the beginning, write the complete word. Bharadwaj is saying, what if crores of money transfer internally within Indian NGO without foreign involvement? Do we need FCRA? Bharadwaj, what does F stands for in FCRA? And you can get your answer. F is foreign. So if the money is not coming from foreign, it is not involved. As simple as that. Okay, let's go ahead then. The next module, that is module number 8 that we have, second last module. In this module, we would be talking about very interesting things. First, about the political parties in India. How are they categorized? How do they work? Some issues with the political parties, such as the electoral bonds. The second part of the class is going to be about comparison of the constitution. Now, in GS2, you will see there is a topic called comparison of the constitutions. That is, compare important provision of Indian constitutions as compared to and compare them with the important provisions of other constitutions around the world. Now, over here, if I tell you the truth, the reality is this topic, comparison of the constitution, is not really a part of governance, not really a part of polity, not here and there anywhere. But we can't leave it because it's a part of the syllabus, so we will covering it here. Not really related to governance because constitution and the comparison doesn't really form a part of governance, but we'll be covering it here anyway. So we will be going ahead and doing these two things in this module. First the political parties and then the comparison of the constitution. Let's start with political parties. All of you are well aware of political parties. What do they do? How do they work? I'm very sure. In simple terms, political parties come together to come to power, to take power, fight elections mainly. They all have a common view. That is, people in one single political party usually have a common view. They contest elections to come to power. The idea is so that they can make policies of their idea of what a better country will be. Now, please understand something. You may not agree with this, but for example, I agree that most of the political parties in India, which are political party you think about, have good ideas about India. For example, any political party wants to have a good India. I firmly believe that. But how they want that to achieve that India is very different. I firmly believe that BJP, Congress, Aam Aadmi Party, DMK, TMC, all of them have an idea that they want to have a better India. I firmly believe that. I don't think anyone is in the politics to decline the country. Because if they decline the country, they themselves will decline. But how they are different is their idea of what is a better India. For BJP, the idea may be very different. What a better India is, how to achieve that. For Congress, that idea can be very different. What is a better India, how to achieve that. For DMK, for BJD, for AAP, for TMC, it can be a very different idea. But I at least believe that. You may not believe that, entirely up to you, don't worry. So political parties basically want to come to power to make policies to ensure that their queries are resolved, to ensure that whatever issue they have is addressed, and they have the power at the highest level to make policies that they think will lead to betterment of the country. Now, if you look at the political party system around the world, we usually have different types of political party systems depending upon different countries. First, we have something called one party system where there's only one political party in a country. Then we have a two party system, and then we have a multi party system. Let's start with the one party system. One party system historically has been seen either if you have a dictatorship or it is a ideologically communist country. Communism, for example, as an ideology, believes that there should not be more any political parties. There should be only one political party, the Communist Party, running the entire country. For example, the primary example that you see over here is of China. So China has only one political party, that is the Communist Party of China. The Chinese Communist Party, the CCP, as you want to call them. Now, the Chinese Communist Party is the only party allowed in China. There are no other political parties that are allowed. It's a very interesting kind of a setup. You don't have to go into detail of it because you're not giving the exam of China. But it's a very interesting kind of a setup. For example, if you look at China, do you know, as per the constitution that Chinese have, Chinese government does not have a army. The Chinese Communist Party has an army. So the CCP owns the Chinese army. The judiciary does not belong to the government. The judiciary also belongs to the party. So it's a very different kind of a system where there is only one political party. Now, this is called a one party system. In one party system, there are certain good things, there are certain bad things. Let's talk about the good things, for example. Uh, Many people often compare India, that why is it that India is not progressing at the same rate as China? Why is it that they are going at a much faster pace in India? And what they do is, the problem here is we don't understand the difference between the Chinese system and the Indian system. And trust me, you do not want the Chinese system. So in China, you have only one single political party. So if you don't agree to their decisions, there is nothing that you can do. You can't tell them, oh, now I will not vote for you. No. You can't tell them that, oh, I'll protest against you. No, nothing will happen. In the past, Chinese government has introduced a lot of very, very different types of, or very, I should say, violent policies against the people, that people have not had any chance to speak. You all are aware of the one child policy, how they have been able to restrict the population with that one child policy, how they have been able to force the people to work in a certain manner. China, for example, in 1970s started cooperative farming. In simple terms, China forced all the farmers that you have to combine your land and work together rather than actually having your separate land. Combine all the land, work together. That was the Chinese idea, communist farming idea. If farmers did not like it, they did not have an option. They have to combine and join their land and work together. Everyone will share the benefit. That's a one party system. The good part is decision making is much easier, obviously. You don't see a lot of people protesting that no, we can't do this, we can't do that. If the party says you have to do it, then you have to do it. There are no ifs and buts about it. The problem is people don't have an alternative. That is why, although China calls itself a democracy, people around the world do not call China a democracy. Why? Because in a democracy, it is not just about voting. A democracy also means options. Democracy is not just about voting, that people have the right to. For example, today, if you have voting and you say that you can only vote amongst the BJP, not from anyone else, now that is not democracy, because democracy means people have options to choose from. In China, that is not really the case. So that is a problem. Then we have a two party system. Now, let's understand a two party system in some detail. As the name suggests, two party system, country having two parties. Usually, there is no country in the world whose constitution says that you can only have two parties. For example, when you say two-party system, the first name that comes to your mind is the US. So US has Democrats and the Republicans. But do you know it's not that they only have these two, they have some other small parties. There's a party called Green Party, for example. There's a party called the Liberal Party, for example. So they do have other parties. US Constitution does not prohibit having other parties. You can. What has happened is over so many decades, only two parties have become so important and so powerful that it has always itself converted to a two-party system. So usually two-party systems are not mandated as per their constitution. Two-party systems usually make themselves a two-party system over time. They convert themselves into two-party system over time. So there is no country whose constitution says you can only have two parties. There can be a third party, fourth party, but people just don't vote for them. So it becomes a two-party system gradually. Interestingly, if you look at the debates in India's Constituent Assembly of what kind of a system we should have, there is a speech by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar where he says that I expect that in the coming decades, India will also emerge as a two-party system. It has not happened, but this is what he had said, that I think India would also emerge into a two-party system. Now, what is a good part and the bad part about a two-party system? First, good part, it's a stable government. When you have so many political parties, the vote gets divided. You have coalition government, you never know which party will then go back and which party will remain in power. You have a system which is not stable. When you have a two-party system, let's say the two-party system in which you have either the Democrat or the Republicans, you have one of the parties that will remain in power or that will get the majority. You don't have a question of, let's say, unstable government. You don't have a question of coalition governments. Then, apart from this, the other good advantage that we have in two-party system is there are very clear policies. Very clear policies. Very clear policies in the sense that if you are in America or if you follow American politics, you would know everyone knows what is the policy that Democrats have, and everyone knows what is the policy Republicans have. It's not that they keep on changing it like India. In India, political parties keep on changing their ideology, keep on changing their views depending upon which party do they want to support, which elections are coming up. But in two-party system, there's a very clear-cut ideology that this will be followed full stop. Like in America, everyone knows Republicans don't want any ban on guns. Republicans don't want people coming into their country. They want to stop migration. Democrats are more liberal. You know that Democrats want to control gun reform, or you know that Democrats want to be open to the public. You know that the black community, for example, in the US supports the Democrats, while while the Republicans usually get support from those people who are against migration. So it's a very clear cut policy. In a two-party system, you know clearly who thinks what. So people are not confused. Then comes multi-party system. Now, the multi-party system is an example that we have seen in India. Not just India, most developing countries around the world. Most developing countries around the world, those who have gotten independence recently. When I say recently, I mean 70, 80 years after two Second World War or between the two wars. Most developing countries around the world, you will see, have a multi-party system where most parties thrive. For example, India, and look at India's neighborhood in the entire subcontinent. Look at Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, Nepal, all of these are multi-party systems. Multi-party systems, biggest advantage, everyone has an option. It's like a buffet. Choose whatever you want, choose whatever you wanted and you did not want. That is entirely upon you. It's a buffet. If you don't like something in the buffet, you have your own kitchen, make your own party. There's no stopping you. You don't like a party, you make your own party, no restrictions. So there's everyone has some choice. Everyone has at least some choice or the other. That you can make your own, you don't like it, you make your own, whatever. People have various options, people can choose. The problematic part is it leads to unstable governments. Many times we have seen this. No clear ideology, no clear definition, or no clear policies. You will see a political party criticizing a political party today and then later on becoming partners with them only. And it happens everywhere, because you know that at the end of the day, votes are what matters to the parties. So in a two-party system or multi-party system, sorry, there are unstable government, no clear politics, good parties, a lot of options. You can choose whatever you want. In the two-party system, those who are seeing the disadvantage, the biggest disadvantage of two-party system is again lack of options. You might not agree with whatever these two parties are saying. So there are not many other options that you can go ahead with. You have to stick with these two only. Because in US, for example, although there are third, fourth parties, they will never come to power because they really don't have any support base. So there is lack of option that still remain in the two-party system. This is a big difference between the different party system that we have: one party, two party, and three parties, and multi-party systems. Now, similarly, on the basis of political ideologies also, you would be able to divide parties time and time again. You see these words written in the newspaper and in the media also. Some parties called right wing parties, some called left wing parties. What does it mean? Please understand something. See, extreme of any of the two is bad. Extreme of left wing or right wing, both of these are bad. Extreme form means that if you don't agree to what I am saying, I will kill you. That is the most extreme form. Of right wing also, it is the extreme form. If you don't agree to me, I will kill you. Left wing also, the most extreme form is, if you don't agree to me, I will kill you. Simple. Now, what do you mean by left? What do you mean by right? So basically, when you say right wing, that means conservative. Conservative means not ready to change. Not ready to change. They like their traditions, whatever customs, traditions have been going on, they don't want to change. If something was correct for the past 100 years, we want the same to continue. We like our custom, we like our traditions, we don't want to change anything. If it becomes too extreme, that means if you try to change something, I will kill you. So that's the most extreme form of right wing. The more extreme you go, the more violent it starts to become. That if you don't agree to me, if you change anything in my culture, if you change anything, you give new rights to anyone, I will not support it. So obviously, for example, let's say right wing will never support transgender rights, LGBTQ rights. They will not support them because for them it's not a part of their culture, not a part of their tradition. So they would not want to do that. So that is what right wing is. Again, the more extreme you come, the more dangerous it becomes. Then what about the left? Left parties mainly want change. Change in the sense their ideology is that historically there are some sections of the society which have been exploited, like the tribals have been exploited, like the workers, they have been exploited, farmers, all of them have been exploited for many, many, many centuries. So now it is time to change the system, and now it is time to give them the rights. People in power should give away their power, should allow the farmers, should allow the workers to get power. So they want a change. Again, if you go to their extreme, the same thing, that if you don't agree, I will kill you. That is why it is, for example, Naxalism is a part of this. Naxalism is a prime example of this. That if you don't agree, if the government does not give us the power, if the government does not allow us to become more powerful, we will harm the government officials. This is a prime example of what Naxalism is. So again, This is left wing, this is right wing. Extreme of both are wrong. Extreme of both are wrong. Yes, Nidhi, you can use the name in internal security. You extreme go to the extreme of both are wrong. Extremes of both can be called terrorist. Extremes of both are terrorists basically. Who is a terrorist? Who spreads terror? As simple as that. Depending on whatever the ideology of the terrorist is terrorism because they want a change? Is terrorism because they do not want a change? And that is how they will be defined. But usually, it is not asked in the papers. UPSC will not ask you this. I'm just telling this to you because when you read the news, you time and time again will read these words left wing, right wing. So you should know this. Political parties in India can be left, can be right, but that is fine. See, this is the center where you believe in both. Moving towards a bit of left, a bit of right is fine. There's no problem with that. You are supposed to have your ideology. Everything is fine. But when you come to the extreme of it, that no, I will harm you if you don't agree to me, then that becomes a problem. You are free to have your ideology. For example, you can say that BJP tilts slightly towards the right. You can say Congress tilts slightly towards the left. It's very open. In USA, Republicans are towards the right, Democrats are towards the left. It's very open. Everyone knows this. Having your ideology is not really a problem. It is all fine. But when you go towards the extreme part of it, that if you don't agree, I will harm you, then it becomes a problem. This is left and right wing ideology. You more towards the left, more towards the right, then it starts to become a problem. Anyway, now coming to the political party system in India. How do the political parties work? What is the system in India? Let me quickly take up a very quick question. Um, Ananya is saying, what is the difference between liberal democracy, electoral democracy? Ananya, this is not a fair comparison. It is not that liberal democracy is different, electoral democracy is different. Liberal democracy is, as the name suggests, where you allow a lot of ideas to flow, government allows participation from a lot more people. Electoral democracy is similar. Electoral democracy is a democracy where you allow people to vote on most of the issues. So, not a fair comparison as such. Mr. Bhardwaj's question I've already answered, so please don't give it to me. Amrit is saying, how can India run on two laws? Even Supreme Court said Uniform Civil Code should be implemented. So, can we think about Uniform Civil Code implementation? Amrit, this is not a part of the topic, but since you have asked, not just India, every country runs on two laws. So it's not fair to say how can India run on two laws. Every country runs on two laws. Those are called civil laws and criminal laws. Every country has different civil laws. Every country has different criminal laws. As simple as that. So I don't think there's a confusion in that. Criminal laws are always different. Civil laws are always different. In India, criminal laws are the same for all the religions. Civil laws are different for different religion. So that's not a fair comparison of how can we run on two laws. We always have two laws. Don't we have different kind of a law for below 18 and above 18? We do have it, right? So how can you say how can we run on two laws? Yes, countries run on multiple laws. Okay, let's go ahead then. Now, guys, again, Uniform Civil Code is not a part of what we are discussing. I would highly advise you ask this in your polity class. Have a 1 hour suggestion, have a 1 hour discussion. Take all the time that you want in a polity class. Don't take time away from my class, right? This is I already give a lot of time to other things. So if you have question about UCC, go and ask in the polity class. Have a long discussion on it. Let me know what comes at the end of the discussion. Let's come back here. So coming back to what we had to discuss, that is the political party system in India or the party system in India. Now, as you all know, everything related to elections in India, everything related to political parties in India is the prerogative of the Election Commission of India. So basically, the Election Commission of India is the body responsible for upholding the democracy of India, for making sure the party system works well. In simple terms, giving recognition to the parties, registering the political parties, giving them powers, all of that is the power of the Election Commission of India. They decide on all of these things. I'll skip this. We have already discussed multi-party system. Yeah. Now let's start with the political party. Let's assume that you want to start your own political party in India. Okay. What is the step? How do you do it? Let's say you want to, or we want to open a political party in India. It is called National Party for Civil Services Aspirants. Okay. So let's assume it's a political party called National Party for Civil Service Aspirants. We have only one agenda. The agenda is to remove CSAT and to remove optional. Okay. So I think I'll get all your support, right? So that is the only agenda that we have. So, anyways, vote for us and we'll come to power. We'll do this. So, anyway, so we want to set up this political party. So, what do we do then? Basically, what do you have to do is the first step is you have to register your political party. That is the first step. Register. How do you register that? How do you register that? As I said, you go to the Election Commission of India, and when you go to the Election Commission of India, you have to fulfill some paperwork, whatever they are asking you, give them, full of some forms, and you will be able to register your political party. Like if you go to Election Commission of India, you give these details mainly. It's not a difficult process. You can give these details, etc., and you will be given a registration certificate, means that you are registered. India, by the way, those who do not know, RPA is Representation of People Act. Representation of Peoples Act. It is a law that talks about political parties, elections, etc. in India. So, the Representation of People Act 1951 gives a power to Election Commission to register political parties. So, once you are registered, do you know India has the highest number of registered political parties in the entire world? No other country has so many registered political parties. Also, what you might not know is most registered political parties do not fight elections. So, registering a political party is very easy. You can register a political party just by doing this paperwork. But then, when it comes to fighting of elections, it requires a huge amount of money. It requires many other things because the political parties don't get that support, don't get that money, etc. So, what happens is they don't really fight elections. Fighting election is usually few political parties only, but actually, if you see the number of parties that have been registered, it is very, very high. Let's say you have registered the political party. Even at that stage, you have to take a kind of an oath, like the oath that you take when you become a minister or member of parliament. You have to take an oath here as well. Oath that you will be following the Constitution of India, the ideas that have been made similar. You don't have to remember this, don't worry. Don't remember, but just the idea that you have to take an oath. Now, what is it that you have to do when you get register a political party? Basically, for the political parties to work, they are dependent on the money that they receive. Governments don't support political parties. There's no law that the government has to give money to political parties. Political parties run entirely on donations, and this is a big, big, big debate issue. How? There is a lot of chatter, and people say that political parties are used as a tool for money laundering in a lot of cases because political parties are not open to the RTI. They don't have to disclose to the general public from where are they getting, how are they getting the money. So what happened was earlier, earlier the law was, when I say earlier, I mean to say before 2018, the law used to be that you can donate up to 20,000 cash to a political party. Up to 20,000 you can donate cash. Over that you can't give in cash. There has to be a check, draft, or something like that. So when a political party gets below 20,000 from anyone, they don't have to keep a record of it. So earlier, when someone used to ask any party, from where are you getting all that money? They used to say, oh, we have so many supporters, all of them come and give us 19,000 rupees and then they go away. We have so many supporters, all of them give 19,000 rupees for some reason. and then they go away. So we don't keep a record of it. So it was a lot of issue with the unaccounted money coming into politics. No one knew how the money is coming in. Now what happened was the government of India 2017 changed the law. 2018 it was implemented. Now we have something called electoral bonds. Now we have something called electoral bonds. What are electoral bonds? It is a way in which you can donate money to a political party. Now the law says that the maximum cash donation that the political party can receive is rupees 2000. You cannot receive more than rupees 2000 in cash donation. That is the maximum that you can have from any person or any company other than the government company. So government companies can't donate to political parties. Do remember that. So any company, any person who donates money to political parties, cash only up to 2000. What do they do beyond that? If they have to donate beyond that, they have to go to electoral bonds. We'll discuss electoral bonds in just a bit. Also, political parties or have to submit a record to the Election Commission of India, about how much money they are getting, etc. If the political parties do not submit a proper record to the Election Commission of India, then they will have to pay taxes on the donation. If the political parties give a record to the Election Commission of India that this is the money that we are receiving, then they don't have to pay taxes. Their donations are tax free. But if they don't submit records on time, then they will have to pay taxes under the Income Tax Act. So political parties who follow the law, who give the report to Election Commission of India, don't have to pay taxes on their donations. Now, what is the electoral bond scheme? I'm sure you may have read about this scheme in some other subject. Have you? In polity, maybe? Have you read about this scheme already? You would have read about this, I'm very sure. Yes, you have. Perfect. So you have, so I'll go into a very brief recap of it rather than going into detail because all of you already have, so all of you know. In current affairs also, you would have read in the webinars, in polity also, I'm very sure. So as you know, electoral bonds are a way for a person or a company in India to donate to a political party. What do you have to do? You have to go to State Bank of India. Only a few branches are allowed to sell you electoral bonds. You give them the money, do your KYC, they will give you electoral bonds. The bond will not have your name. It will be called a bond without name. What is it called, by the way? A bond that doesn't have a name. What do you call that? A bond without a name. Yes. Good job, Deepika. Bearer bonds. These are called bearer bonds. Bearer bonds means it's like a note. The currency note that you have, it doesn't have your name, right? You are the owner because you are holding it. Someone else holds it, that person will be the owner. That's the bearer. Bearer means those person who hold. So if you are holding the bond, it is your bond. If someone else is holding it, is their bond. So your name obviously is not here. It will be submitted to a political party. To which political party can you give it? You can give it to a political party that is registered and received at least 1% votes in the last elections. Only those political parties that got 1% votes in the last election can get it. You can buy electoral bonds in the multiple of 1,000, 10,000 lakh, 10 lakh, 1 crore. So again, this is what we already know about electoral bonds. So I'll not go into detail of that anyways. Now, electoral bond issue, as you know, has also been in a lot of news. Opposition parties don't like it. Opposition parties say that it is unfair to them. Ruling party gets most of the money. Ruling party controls the SBI, so they can get information, so on and so forth. So electoral bonds, as you have discussed earlier, has its own set of issues. Let's not go into detail of that. Let's come back to where our main topic was. So first idea is simple, that you go ahead and you register your political party. That is the first idea. Second idea is the second stage becomes recognition. So first you register your political party. For registration, you don't have to fight any elections. No elections are required, nothing. When you want to have your party recognized by the Election Commission of India, for that you have to fight elections and fulfill some criteria. fulfill some criteria that this is the amount of votes that you need to get, this is the number of seats that you need to get. Recognition is for very few parties because it requires you to fight elections. So there are very few recognized parties in India, although there are thousands of registered parties in India. You can either become a state recognized party or a national recognized party based on your performance in the elections. Can you tell me, have you read this or not? Because depending on that, I'll decide my speed. Have you read this already or not in polity? Depending on that, I'll decide my speed. You have read it. Perfect, perfect. So you have read it, right? Perfect. So you have read it. So I'll go slightly faster as compared to earlier. So you have already read it. You know how the political parties work. And so basically, in order to become a national party, these are the qualifications that you have to fulfill. One of any of these. Either you have to get over 6% votes from the four or more than four states in Lok Sabha and win four seats in the Lok Sabha, or you have to get at least 2% seats, or you have to get a recognition as a state party in at least four states. This is the criteria. You have to fulfill any one of this in order to become a national party. I'm sure all of you have read about this. Then, in order to become, by the way, national parties in India, it's very interesting that usually Election Commission of India, for some reason, takes a lot of time to recognize parties. For example, if you look at the Aam Aadmi Party has fulfilled the criteria, so they should become a national party. But if you today go to the website of Election Commission of India today, and on the website you look at the list of national parties, they will not have the name of Aam Aadmi Party for some reason. They would know this. I don't know why, but they would know that. But they are very slow in recognizing it. So maybe they think that let the elections come, before the elections we will give them recognition. But at least so far they have not. It is the Election Commission of India that gives them the recognition. Then the second criteria was of state parties. How do you become a state party? Again, you know the qualification criteria. Get 6% votes or more in assembly election and two or more seats. Get 6% in Lok Sabha or one seat, 3 and 4. Apart from that, there is one more criteria that is not mentioned here. Can you tell me that? Can you tell me which criteria is not mentioned here for the state party? State party has 5 criteria because you have read it already. That's why I'm asking you. Apart from these 4, there is one more criteria, right? Which is that? Okay, Kirubagar is right. Nikki, percentage of votes. What percentage of votes? Misbah, 4 state recognized, you become a national party. I'm asking what a state party. People are Googling like anything, eh? Okay, I have correct answer from Kirubagar, Arabind, Satyam. 3 people with correct answers so far. No, mostly people are wrong. The question is, which is the 5th criteria to become a state party apart from the 4 that we saw? Akhilesh is also right now. Very few people remember. 8% votes. Yes, Chaitanya, 8% votes. You have to get 8% votes in state elections. Doesn't matter how many seats, just get 8% votes. That is the 5th criteria. For some reason, many people are saying 6% votes. That is wrong. For becoming a state party, you have to fulfill one of the 5 criteria. 4 are written here. 5th is if you get 8% votes in the state elections, you become a state party. So again, something that you have already read. So there's no point of going ahead and giving a lot of time to it. Now coming to the benefits part of it. What benefits do you get if you become a recognized party and not just a registered party? Again, you have been extremely honest so far. Please be honest now also. Have you read this or have you not read this? Have you read this part, the benefits that they get? If yes, again, we'll try and see that. Okay. Okay. Half people are saying yes, half are saying no. Okay. I have a lot of no's, so I'll go slow. Don't worry. Don't worry. I have a lot of no's, so I'll go slow. Now, Let's come to this. What is the benefit that you get when you become a recognized party? Why do you want to fight election become a recognized party? Because they get certain very interesting benefits that the non-recognized party does not get. Also, please remember the difference between national party and state recognized party. The main difference is a national party will get all these benefits in the national elections. When Lok Sabha elections are happening across the country, national party will get these benefits across the country. State party will get these benefits within the state. That is the main difference. Both of them get the benefit. But for example, let's say Samajwadi Party is a state party in UP. So they will get the benefits within UP when they fight elections. BJD will get this benefit within Odisha and not across the country. If you're a national party, then you get these benefits across the entire country. That is the big difference between the two. Okay, let's look at the benefits. First, exclusive allotment of the reserved symbol. So BJP, Congress, these are national parties. So their symbol is reserved for them. They can't be given to anyone else. Also, do you know? Okay, let me ask you this question. Let's say tomorrow we open that political party we were talking about, National Party for Civil Services Aspirants. Can we go to Election Commission and say, sir, I want this as a symbol? M. Lakshmikant book will be our symbol. Do you think that is allowed? Can you just go and say, sir, this is my symbol? Okay, this is not allowed actually. This is not allowed. No. So basically, what happens, you go to Election Commission, they have symbols, you have to choose one of the available ones. You can't take your own symbol. They already have a list of symbols with them. Whatever is not given to any party, they will ask you choose one of this. So then you have to make a choice. It's not that you can have your symbol. Now, if you are a recognized party, your symbol is reserved for you, not to be given to anyone else. Otherwise, it may be given to someone else on a first come, first serve basis. Second, only one proposer is required for nomination. Now, what do you mean by this? What is a proposer? Whenever you have to fight any election and you file the nomination paper, someone has to sign on this as a supporter, that I support that you. That is called a proposer. Let's say you want to fight elections for becoming a class monitor. So you have to make one of your friends sign on the paper that will give teacher that yes, I want him to fight the election. That is called a proposer. One who proposes your name. So if you are a candidate of a recognized party, when you are filing up the nominations, you only need to get one person from that constituency who is a voter. Only one person to sign on your paper and you can file the nomination paper. If you are not from a recognized party, otherwise, in other cases, you require 10 proposers. So non-recognized parties, 10 proposers are required. 10 people have to sign on this. And on the other hand, if you're from recognized party, only one proposer is required. Sort of, no, proposer doesn't mean supporter. Proposer means someone who is proposing your name. Almost supporter only, but by definition, proposer is someone who proposes your name, that I want him to fight the election, something like that. Third, entitled to set of electoral rolls free of cost. So political parties which are recognized get two set of electoral rolls, means list of voters basically, that these are the voters who are voting in this election, so that the parties can go to their house one by one, ask them to vote and give something in return. Sir, please vote, and this is such a beautiful sari for your wife. Please vote for us. So again, not saying that it happens, but it does happen. Okay. So basically, they are entitled to two set of electoral rolls. They get this electoral roll from the Election Commission of India free of cost to go and approach the people who are voting. Then they also get free airtime, means free time to advertise on government run media organizations. They can run free ads for some time on Akashvani, Doordarshan, etc. Government will not charge any money from them. Then recognized parties can name up to 40 star campaigners. Now, who is a star campaigner? Star campaigners, let's say there are elections going on and a movie star comes in, Akshay Kumar comes in and says, vote for BJP, vote for them. So he would be called a star campaigner, someone who comes in, maybe within the party, maybe outside the party, to ask for votes. It can also be like, let's say, Prime Minister Modi going to other states asking for votes for other candidates. So he will also be the star campaigner. So a recognized party basically can name 40 people as their star campaigners. 40 people can be from within their party, someone outside, a celebrity, etc. What is the logic of a star campaigner? Basically, when you go and fight elections anywhere, there is a limit on the expenditure that you can do. So, Election Commission of India, for example, says if you are fighting Lok Sabha elections, a candidate can only spend 77 lakh, not more than that. So, only 77 lakh, more, not more than that. So, what happens is, let's assume BJP has named someone as a star campaigner. If that person comes, organizes a rally, asks for votes, expenditure of the star campaigner will not be counted. So the money spent on the star campaigner, his or her traveling arrangement, that is not counted in the 77 lakh limit. That is how the star campaigners are helpful. Every political party names some people as the star campaigners. The BJP, the Congress, the recognized parties can name up to 40. Otherwise, non-recognized parties can name up to 20 only. If you're a non-recognized party, you can name up to 20 star campaigners only. They can name 40. These are some of the benefits that a recognized party gets, while non-recognized parties do not get this benefit. Now, there is one more benefit I have not written here that you have to understand. There is one more benefit that you have to understand. That is a benefit in a very bad situation: death of a candidate. Let's take a simple example. It's a serious thing, so let me stand up. Okay. So basically, what happens is, let us assume uh, the elections are on 25th of Jan. Okay. Let's assume this is the date of voting. So there is a time limit by which you have to file your nomination papers. So let's assume you have to file your paper by 15th of Jan. This is the last day for nomination. Okay. Last date for nomination. Now, what if between this a candidate dies? It may happen. A candidate may die. Something wrong might happen. So what happens then? Let's say in between this 19th of Jan, a candidate dies. Then what do you do? The law here is, if the candidate is from a recognized party candidate, then the party gets two options. One option is they can name a replacement. One option is you can name a replacement if you want to, someone else. Otherwise, you can request election to be postponed. In that place, in that constituency, election will be postponed. If you request that, no, we don't want the elections, you get that choice. Non-recognized parties, no option. They don't get any option like that. For example, and if you actually see something very interesting, in and you will see this in 2019. In 2019, look at the Lok Sabha election result. You will see the result of Lok Sabha elections was declared on 542 seats, not 543, because there was a candidate of the BJP who had died from Rajasthan, and they requested postponing the elections for that particular seat. So we had 542 results, not 543 seat result. Why? Because for a recognized party, they get this option to postpone, they ask them to postpone, and thus the election result for that constituency did not come out then. So again, this is a benefit that only recognized parties get when they fight elections. Non-recognized parties don't get all these benefits. That is why many parties want to get recognized, as if they are recognized at the national level, then they get these benefits across the entire country wherever there is any election happening. And if you are a registered political party only within that state, then only within that state you get the benefit. If the election is happening somewhere else, you will not get all these benefits. This was our first part of module number 8. Before we start with the second part of comparison of constitutions, let me take up a few questions quickly which are relevant. Azhar is saying examples of left and right wing parties. Azhar, I already gave the example. You can say Congress is a left wing party, BJP is a right wing party. I already gave the example. Yagna is saying, is there any rule in India to not give MP MLA seat to transgender or LGBTQ? No, Yagna, there's no rule like that. There is no bar on fighting election in India based on your identity. You can fight election in India as long as you are not in the jail, as long as you are above 25 in case of Lok Sabha. Shriram is saying, since you mentioned Akshay Kumar as star campaigner, can a party nominate foreigner as a star campaigner? Yes, they can. Did you not see our Prime Minister going there to America last time saying, Ab ki baar Trump Sarkar? So, similar is the case here as well. Yogendra, you already have the PPT, so you can move to any slide that you want. Okay, Pulkit has an interesting question. Pulkit is saying electoral trust, how are they different from electoral bonds? Amrit, thank you so much for letting me know. Pulkit is saying how electoral trust different from electoral bonds. So let me explain this to you quickly. So basically, what happens, as Pulkit has asked a pretty good question, there are something called electoral trust also, and there are something called electoral bonds. Electoral bonds, you all know, you would have heard, people can go ahead and they can donate money using electoral bonds. What about the electoral trust? So what happens is, before we used to have electoral bonds, and even now, many big companies, many big corporates have something called electoral trust. Like Tata's have their own electoral trust, Bajaj has their own electoral trust, Airtel has their own electoral trust. So basically what happens is, let's assume let's assume there is a party or there's a company who wants to give money to a political party, but they don't want the political party to know. Let's assume that, let's say I run a company and I want to give money to a party and I don't want them to know I have given the money. So before electoral bonds, there was no way to do that. The only way to do that was, I could deposit money to, let's say, Tata Electoral Fund. I could deposit money to Tata Electoral Trust. I'm sorry. I will give, let's say, 100 crores to them, and I will tell them, please give this money, forward this money to the party of my choice. So they will do that without disclosing my identity. That's the electoral trust. Tata will also put money in that if they want to. Other companies can also put money in that if they want to. That is what electoral trust. It still works. Now the electoral bonds have come in, so people don't go to trust now. But electoral trust, the idea earlier again was that in electoral trust, we have a system where you will see that corporates have the electoral trust, and these electoral trusts, people bring in money, corporates bring in money only when they don't want their identity to be revealed. And that is how it usually works. Okay, very quickly, something that Amrit has informed me, being the only ethical guy in the class. Amrit has said comparison of constitution was discussed in polity with Sarmat sir. It has been compared with US, UK, Ireland, Japan, etc. Right? Let's see if others also agree to this. So please tell me very quickly with which countries you have already discussed that part. Okay, not okay. Some people are saying not discussed. Some people are saying only for fundamental rights. It seems like people are not in agreement with you. Not discuss, not discuss, discuss briefly. Okay, okay. No worries. No worries, no worries. We will discuss it comprehensively. Don't worry. Okay, we'll discuss it comprehensively, not just about fundamental rights. Got it. Got it. So those who think it has been discussed for next 1 hour, you can go and catch up on your sleep. Don't worry about that. So don't worry. We will discuss. We will discuss. I will discuss. Don't worry. Don't worry. Okay. Anyways, one more question that I have is from Nikki. Will there be any independent candidate contesting election and died? Then what can happen? Nikki, if he was an independent, what will happen? Nothing. He doesn't even have a party. So what will happen? Unless you can bring the person back from wherever the person went. So I don't know. Nothing will happen. Independent candidate means no political party. So nothing will happen. Anyway, let's go ahead then. Let's begin. What some people say has already been discussed, and let's begin what some people say has not been discussed. That is the comparison of the constitution. So what would we be doing? Let me explain this to you. So basically, obviously you don't have to go into so much detail of other nations constitution as you went with India. Like if you look at Indian constitution, you read it in a lot of detail. Every part of the constitution we discussed, we read, we understood. For other constitution, you don't have to go so much into detail. We will be discussing major provision. Major provision, for example, let's say how the heads of the countries are appointed, how their constitution can be amended, how ours is amended, what is the power structure that they have, who has how much power, something like that. For other constitutions, you don't have to remember the exact numbers, like how many seats they have, etc. Not relevant, because it is not a part of the prelim syllabus. It's only in the main syllabus. So you don't have to focus on how many seats they have or very minute things. Focus on important big things. So what we will be doing is we will be comparing India's constitution with US, UK, France, a slight bit of Australia, just slightly, and very slightly, I think, slight bit of maybe Japan also, just a bit of it. These are the main ones that we will be discussing. Out of all of these, out of all of these, sorry, out of all of these, if you see the major questions or the major bulk of the questions usually come in from USA. There have been one or two questions from France also, very few, but mostly the questions come in from USA. This is the most commonly asked. Although this part itself, comparison of constitution, this part itself is not asked very often, but when you see a question, 70 to 80% chances are it will be about USA only. Last time the question came about France, pretty easy question, it was very easy to answer. The questions are not very difficult to answer. That is why whatever we will be discussing here would be good enough for you. You don't have to go into a detailed study by yourself. Whatever we discuss here would be good enough for you to answer most of the questions, so don't worry about that. Because USA is the one that has been asked time and time again, we will be doing a much detailed comparison with US as compared to the other countries. For US, we'll go into a lot more detail of comparing their provisions with ours. For others, we might not go into that much detail because again, the relevance as compared to how much it asks in the examination, that is much lower. Also, there is no one specific list of countries with which you have to compare. The UPSC does not give you a specific list. UPSC just says comparison of India's constitution with major countries. So you have to pick and choose depending on what kind of questions are asked, how many questions are asked from which part. So on basis of that, we'll start our discussion with the US. Now, the US constitution is a very interesting piece of constitution for various reasons. First, the US Constitution is the world's first written constitution that continues till today. Understand all of this carefully. World's first written constitution that continues till today. Why? Because even before that, there may be some constitutions written in Greece, Athens, in medieval history, maybe written form, but they don't exist today. So, amongst the constitutions that continue today, the oldest written constitution is that of the US. It's a constitution that was drafted in 1787 and came into force in 1789. Now, if you have read world history, you would know. If not, America was a colony of British like India, in a slightly different manner. Basically, British were the ones who explored the American continent. British were the ones who set up colonies in America. So basically, what happened? If this is Britain, this is the Atlantic Ocean, this was America, American continent. So what the British did was, British started settling their people over here. People who the British did not want in their country, prisoners, criminals, etc. They were forced to move out of the country and settle here. One by one, 13 colonies were set up by the British. There were 13 colonies somewhere here on the coast, set up by Britain. These colonies that were set up by Britain, they were controlled by Britain for a long time. Then they revolted against the Britain. They came together to make their own country. That is why the name of the country is United States of America. So this is the logic that these 13 states said we will come unite and make a country of ourselves. So the entire continent was called America. Then the 13 states came together, United States of America. In this area, what used to happen? They were mainly tribals that you call as Native Americans or Red Indians. So this area was occupied by tribal population, Aboriginals. These are called Red Indians. After some time, they started settling towards the other side, and new states were formed time and time again. But the fight for independence that America fought with Britain was only fought by these 13 colonies, 13 states. So these 13 states came together, signed an agreement that said, okay, let's form a country altogether. The biggest and the most interesting feature of the American Constitution is it is extremely short, extremely just a few pages, extremely short, just a few pages. Why? The reason was, they said, or the logic was, let us have a very short constitution at the center level, and we will allow all the states to make their own constitution. So the reason why America has a short constitution, the reason being that all the states, all 50 states of America, 50, have their own constitutions. So at the center, they did not think a lot of this was required. Second thing, the difference between Indian Constituent Assembly and the American one was, in India, our Constituent Assembly thought that the future politicians will not know how to write the constitution, so we will write everything. They did not trust the politicians of the future. So in our Constituent Assembly, you will see all these, everything is written, all the articles are written. They did not trust the future politicians. In America, what did they do? They wrote just a few articles. They said, let's start the country. When the time comes, we will keep on amending it. But let's not wait for 2, 3 years and wait for the constitution to start. So what Americans did was, they just made a few articles. Let's start, and we will try to keep amending whatever we require whenever we require. But let's keep it short and simple, and then just start. So American Constitution very different in the way it was started. What are the salient features? First, very brief, as I told you. The reason for being brief is they knew that states would have their own constitution. That is why the center government was kept very brief. That okay, we will not have a very detailed, bulky constitution. It's a written constitution, world's first written, and it's a rigid constitution. Now, you all know constitutions around the world can be clubbed into two categories, either rigid or flexible. Either rigid or flexible. Now, how do you define rigid or flexible? It depends on how easy is it to amend the constitution. If the constitution is easy to amend, easy to make changes, it is an flexible constitution. If amendments are difficult to make, then it becomes a rigid constitution. So in America, if you look at how the constitution is amended, it's a very rigid process. What do you have to do? You have to get two-third majority from both the houses of parliament. After that, two-third states also have to ratify it. Two-third states have to say yes, only then the constitution will be amended. So basically, out of the 50 states, 33 states also have to say yes, only then the constitution will be ratified or constitution will be amended. That is a very, very, very difficult process. It's an extremely difficult process because to get 33 states to accept an amendment doesn't really happen easily. Not just this, it has to happen within 7 years. Within 7 years, a process must complete. That is why, if you see today, till today in the history of America, it's a country which is about to complete 250 years, and the number of amendments they have had is only 27. Only 27 amendments in their history, and they are completing almost 250 years. So, on an average, they have about, let's say, one amendment every 10 years on an average lump sum. In India, we average one and a half amendment every year. If you look at the number of amendments we have made and the number of years that we have been independent since our constitution, you can say in India, we have on an average made one and a half changes every year. In America, they have usually made one amendment for 10 years. The last amendment they have, the last one they had was in 1992. That was the last one. So it's about more than 30 years America has not amended its constitution. It indicates it's extremely, extremely rigid, means it is not easy to amend the American Constitution. Then, America works like India on the concept of separation of powers. Just like India, America also has three forms of the government, three parts of the government. There is the legislative, there is the executive, and there is the judiciary. All these three have separate powers. Now, in India, although we have these as separate, but in India, you also know executive is a part of legislative in India, right? Why? In India, in order to become a minister, you have to be a member of parliament. So the executives that you see in India, political executives, they are people who are members of the legislature. In America, that is not the case. In America, there is rigid separation. In America, there is rigid separation. Means in America, ministers are not members of parliament. Ministers are separate, members of parliament are entirely separate. Why and what is the result of this? The result of this is because the ministers are separate and the parliament is separate. Because of this, we have a situation where the government is very, very, very stable. The government is very stable. Like in India, majority changes in the Lok Sabha, the government will have to resign. If today, for some reason, BJP loses its majority in the Lok Sabha, what will happen? The government will have to resign. In America, nothing like that happens. In America, in the parliament, the majority may keep changing, but nothing will happen to the government. The government is separate, they will keep on running, and the parliament can have a separate majority because the elections are different. Barack Obama belongs to the Democrat Party. He won the president election as a Democrat, but in the parliament election, the Republicans were in the majority. So it may happen that in the parliament you have a different party in majority and the president can be from a different party because there are elections are very separate from each other. So they have a very rigid separation. In India, we do not have that because in India we have a parliamentary form of government. They have a presidential form of government, which is very different. Then, Bill of Rights means fundamental rights. So they also have fundamental rights. Sorry, I should say we also have fundamental rights because we have taken it from them. So they have fundamental rights, which they call as a Bill of Rights. Obviously, the content is different. When you say that India has taken fundamental rights from the US, what we mean to say, we have taken the idea of fundamental rights from the US, not the content. For example, they allow the people fundamental right to keep a gun. So we don't have that. So fundamental rights are obviously different from them, different for us, but the content is different. The idea behind the fundamental rights is the same. that these are the rights given to you, they are protected, etc. Then, supremacy of the constitution, same as India. Means, at the end of the day, the constitution is supreme. Whatever is written in the constitution, the government only has that much powers. Government can't randomly say we will do this, we will do that because we have a higher majority. No, you can't randomly decide. Your powers, the powers of the government, are limited by the constitution. The constitution says what you can do and what you cannot do. Like India, they also have a system of checks and balances. Checks and balances means one part of the government can be removed by the other part of the government. Like the president of the US can be removed by the US Parliament, which you call the Congress. So, US Congress or US Parliament can remove the American president. The judges can also be removed by the Senate. Similarly, decisions or the bills passed by the parliament are subject to judicial review, like US, like India. So very similar to India, they also run on the concept of checks and balances. One part of the government keeping a check on the other part of the government to make sure that all of these are at the end of the day connected to each other. They can't really work independently. Indestructible union of indestructible states, extremely, extremely, extremely important. What does it mean? See, in American system, one thing is very clear and very different from India. That is the power they give to the states. Power to the states in USA is much, much, much more than India. The reason is, see, very simple. How America is different from India is, if you look at the American history, America is called as a coming together federal country. It's a coming together federal country, means the states came together to make a country. As I just showed you, there were 13 different states, but they decided to come together and decided to make a country. So they had states first and the country came later. If you look at America, the states came first and the country came later. In case of India, that is not the case. India was always a country, and then we divided the states based on our convenience, based on the demand, etc. Logically speaking, out of the states and the nation, whichever comes first will always take most of the powers. Who has more powers, you or your elder brother or elder sister? They will keep the TV remote and not you. As simple as that. So basically, whoever comes first will always have more powers, and whoever comes later will not have that much powers, because whoever comes first decides a policy. So the states already decided the policy that we will take most of the powers, not the center. In India, center takes most of the powers and not the states. So in America, in short, the border of the states cannot be changed by the center. Center government does not have the power to change the boundary of the state, to change the name of the state, nothing like that. It is the state that decides. States decide on their own, unlike India. In India, the parliament decides. The state can say no also, even then the parliament can override them. You all would have read about how Telangana formation happened. When Telangana was being created, Andhra Pradesh Assembly voted against the resolution. Andhra Pradesh Assembly said, no, we do not want that. But the parliament can do that. So in America, it is indestructible union of indestructible states, means the states also cannot be divided. In India, how would you define it? India is an indestructible union of destructible states. Destructible state means you can change it. You can walk around, you can move around, change the boundary, change the name, change the area. That has been done. Again, the word destructible should not be taken negatively. Destructible just means that you can go ahead and make changes. It is not fixed that the area, the boundary, etc., will always remain the same. There is another very interesting feature in America, which India does not have, at least not on paper. In America, it is very clear that judiciary is supreme amongst all the organs of the state. In India, at least on paper, Let's not talk about real life, at least on paper, all the organs have the same power: legislative, executive, judiciary. On paper, we do not say one of them is more powerful than the other, right? But in America, it is very clear that judiciary has more powers than the others. Why? Because they have very wide powers of judicial review. They have very wide judicial review powers. As you all know, India took the concept of judicial review from the US. What is judicial review? In simple terms, judicial review is that the Supreme Court or the High Court can strike down the law of the Parliament if it is against the Constitution. As simple as that. In America, their judicial review powers are much, much, much broader. While deciding whether or not to change a law, whether or not to strike down a law, they can decide to strike down a law on a variety of reasons. If they think the intention behind passing the law was bad, if they think that the outcome of the law will be bad, if they think it would have a negative impact, for all of these reasons, they can remove the law. Not just if it is against the constitution. Apart from whether it is against the constitution or not, they can strike down the law if they feel it is bad for the country. For example, all of you, or many of you at least, would have followed what happened in the very famous is Roe versus Wade case. We have a very famous Roe versus Wade case, which was struck down by the Supreme Court recently, saying that again, abortion is not a legal right. They did it not because of basis of the constitution. They did it because what they felt, that oh, this is what happens, this is the impact that the law will have on the society. So American Supreme Court has much broader powers of judicial review. They can check due process of law as well, and they can see if the intention behind passing the law was bad. I'll tell you something very interesting apart from this as well about the American Supreme Court. So US Supreme Court has something very interesting. Listen to this very carefully. You may like it, you may not like it, but it is very, very interesting. So American Supreme Court has 9 judges. Okay. And the interesting part about American Supreme Court is they are judges for life. So they have judges for life. There's no retirement age. Judges for life. So if someone becomes a judge, they can be a judge till the end of their life. They can be the judge. So now what happens is when someone becomes a judge, it is very clear that they will stay there for a long time. Especially, let's assume someone is appointed in their 50s, or even if someone is appointed in their 60s, they have a long, long time. Now, what happens is, and this is all true, the power to appoint the judges in America is with the president of the US. Not like India, there's no collegium system as such. So, president of the US will give a name, and the Senate is their upper house, like a Rajya Sabha. Senate will have to confirm. If they confirm, the appointment will happen. So, president gives the name, whichever judge that he or she wants. Senate then approves it, and the judge is appointed. Now, what happens here? Understand this. Whenever we have a Republican president, they will always appoint a judge who is Republican in their ideology. When a Democrat is the president, they will always appoint a judge who is Democrat in their ideology. And it is no secret, it is open to everyone. It is open to everyone in the entire country which judge is a liberal and which judge is a conservative person. Everyone knows this. So, for example, out of the 9 judges, if let's say 5 are those who are appointed by the Republicans, 4 are ones appointed by the Democrats, then all of them know that in most cases, Republicans' law will win and Democrat law will be struck down. It is so open. It is so open that because 5 judges were appointed by the Republicans, so they are conservative in nature. 4 are by Democrat, they are liberal in nature. That is why Donald Trump, when he was the president, and how do the presidents become lucky? And now again, it is, I should not say this, but presidents become lucky when a judge dies in America. Because when a judge dies in America, the president becomes lucky that now I will appoint a judge who will be there for life. Donald Trump, interestingly, became very lucky. There were multiple judges who died when he was a president. So he got the chance to appoint multiple judges. The result is that in American Supreme Court now, five judges are those who are appointed by Republican parties, they are conservative. Four are basically those who were appointed for the Democrats, they are liberal in nature. As soon as Donald Trump appointed new judges, everyone in America knew that the abortion law will be taken away very soon. Everyone knew this because now there is a conservative majority in the Supreme Court. They will remove the abortion law because they don't like abortion is a thing that liberals support, because abortion is something that talks about liberty, your freedom of choice. Conservatives are the ones that don't support it. So everyone knew as soon as Donald Trump has appointed his judge, the Supreme Court will strike down the abortion, and it did happen. So it is very open in America that you know which judge thinks what and which judge does not think what. In India, it's not that open, but in America, it's pretty open that you know which judge will do what and which judge will not do what. Anyway, America follows a federal form of government, although India is also a federal country, but their federalism is very different, as we discussed. Their federalism is states are very strong, much stronger even as compared to the center government. State has much more power. Every state has their own constitution. Every state has decides if they want to change the name or boundary or whatever. States have a lot of sources of revenue. States are much more powerful. The powers given to states are much more. Then they have a presidential form of government. Uh, Let me take a couple of questions that you have given, then let's take a break and then we will come back to this. Okay. Payal is saying, why are they called Red Indians? Payal, the story is that basically when Columbus wanted to discover India, he went and by default he discovered America. So whoever he found, he called them Indians because he was looking for India. He found an island. He thought this is India, so he called, "Oh, you are Indians." So the name Red Indians, and they used to wear red clothes, etc. So they become Red Indians. No other logic. And this is true. Columbus, when he started his journey that I will find India, he found America, and he thought, "Yeah, this is India." So he called them Indians. Mrityunjay is saying, if average rate of amendment is 10 years for USA, what is the role of legislature in the US? No, Mrityunjay, you are confused. The role of legislature is not just to amend the constitution, it is to make normal laws. Like in parliament, the parliament that we have in India, their only job is not just to amend the constitution. You don't just pay them salary just to amend the constitution. Their job is to make normal laws day to day. So that is what they also do. So I don't think that this is a good comparison. That because they don't make amendment. Because if I tell you something else, do you know Japanese constitution has zero amendments so far? Constitution of Japan has zero amendments, zero. So would you say remove their parliament, remove diet? They are not doing anything? No. Amendments is not the only thing that they do. Then the question continues, are they just to maintain checks and balances? Came in another way? No. So I have answered your question already. It is not that the parliament only has to amend the constitution. The parliament of not just US, India, they have multiple things to do, have a place for discussion, for policy discussion, and more importantly, pass day-to-day laws. Amendment is not the only thing that they do. Anyway, let's take a break. Let's come back from here. Then we will begin. Let's come back at 8:15 and we'll begin from here. Thank you so much. Hi everyone. Okay, let's resume from where we were. The last thing that we were discussing is that America follows a presidential form of government. Now, usually around the world in democratic countries, mostly you will see two types of governments. Presidential form of government, that is the one in US, while in India we follow parliamentary model of government. In India, parliamentary model is followed like the UK. There are a few differences. First big difference, obviously in America, president gets most of the powers, unlike India. Secondly, as we discussed on the last slide as well, in the parliamentary form of government that we have in India, our executive means the ministers have to be members of the legislative. In India, if you have to become a minister, you have to be a member of parliament. Member of the parliament get to become ministers. In USA, it is kept separate. The reason for that is it brings a lot more stability to their government. Presidential elections are held separately. In those presidential elections, there is no interference of what happened in the parliament elections. So, presidential form of government brings much more power. So, president number one, and it also ensures that executive and legislative in the US are completely separate. In India, that is not the case. In India, like the British model, we follow the parliamentary form of government. Then, dual citizenship. In India, you are only citizens of India. You are not citizen of any state. You are a resident of a state. Wherever you are a resident there. You may have a domicile of that state, but you are citizen of India only. In USA, that is not true. In USA, you are a citizen of the country and citizen of your state as well. They also have state citizenship, unlike in India. That is because their states have their own constitution. So they will have to see our constitution applies to which people, it doesn't apply to which people. So for that, they have to ensure that they decide who are the citizens of our state. Only the citizens of their state would be the ones on which the American constitution or the state constitution will be applicable. In India, we do not have that kind of an issue. Now, coming to the part of how the parliament is formed. The American parliament is called the Congress. Their Congress, again, is bicameral like India. Bicameral means two houses. You have the lower house called the House of Representatives, like a Lok Sabha. Then you have the upper house called the Senate, which is like a Rajya Sabha. Now, although you don't have to remember these numbers, don't worry about that. This is not going to be asked. The most interesting feature of the American Constitution or the American Congress is if you look around the world, a lot of countries have bicameral legislature, that is two houses. India, Britain, France, Japan, Germany, Australia, USA, all of these have two houses. So two houses, bicameral is a norm in most of the countries. However, whenever a country has two houses, in most of the cases, the upper house is the weaker house. Look at India, look at Britain. In most countries around the world, mostly you will see that the upper house is a weaker house. Upper house is weaker as compared to the lower house because mostly in upper house people are not elected directly, so you have lower house getting all the powers. America is an exception in that regard. The American Senate is said to be the most powerful upper house in the world. It is the most powerful upper house in the world. Senate has lot more powers as compared to the House of Representatives or the lower house. There's also something very interesting that you need to understand. When America was making its constitution, there was a big debate in America. That debate was called big states versus small state debate. Big state versus small state debate. What was the debate? The debate was how will you decide the number of seats in the parliament? The big states wanted the number of seats on the basis of population. Like if you look at India, what would Uttar Pradesh want? They would want the seats on the basis of population. They have worked so hard to increase their population. So obviously they would want that seats should be given on the base of population, right? Now think of it from Goa's point of view. Would Goa want that? Obviously not. If you look at the number of seats on the base of population, they would have much lesser seats. So what would Goa want? Goa would want same seats for everyone, right? That we should have same seats for everyone. So America also had this big debate. They found a solution to this. What was their solution? Their solution was lower house has seats on the basis of population, while their upper house has fixed seats, that is two for each state, two seats per state. That is how the upper house of America is. It is a Senate. 50 states, two seats each, doesn't matter what is the size, 100 seats in total. Lower house, you have seats on the basis of population. That is a difference. Senate, as I said, has a lot of powers. Every important appointment by the President of India, by the President of America, Supreme Court judges, appointing ambassador to different countries, big appointments at the minister post, etc. All of them have to be confirmed by the Senate first. Senate is very, very, very powerful. It doesn't usually happen in most of the countries. Also, like in India, vice president becomes the chairperson of the Rajya Sabha. Exactly the same is the case in Senate. The vice president of the US is the chairman of the Senate. They are the ones who run the House, just like in India. Our vice president runs the Rajya Sabha. These things you don't have to remember, these are not asked because these are very minute facts. This topic, anyways, doesn't really come in the prelims exam. Don't have to remember the qualification, etc. Just remember the logic behind it. How is the Senate different? Because again, you are asked about the comparison of the constitution. So the question may be compare the roles and powers of the American upper house with the Indian upper house. Something like that can be a question. But you will not be asked about qualification, etc. That is not important for you. Don't have to worry about that. Now comes the most important post in America, that is the President of America. American president has a lot of power. It's a presidential form of government. One interesting difference between India and America is in America, he should be a natural born citizen. What does it mean? If you actually see in India, it is you just have to be a citizen. How you became a citizen does not matter. You would have read the citizenship chapter in Indian polity. How you become a citizen doesn't matter. You can become a citizen by naturalization, by acquisition of property, by birth, registration, doesn't matter. You just have to be a citizen of India. In America, that is not true. In America, you have to be a citizen by birth. By birth. If you have taken citizenship from some other method, you cannot become the president of the US. You have to be at least 35 years of age and you should have been residing in US for at least 14 years. So it's not that you can just be an American citizen but be anywhere else. No, you have to reside in America for at least 14 years. Not just this, elections and vice president elections happen simultaneously. So for example, when someone wants to run the president election in US, they have to choose their partner, that if I win, he will be the vice president. For example, when Joe Biden was running in the election for the president, he chose beforehand that me and Kamala Harris are fighting together. So when people vote, they are voting for the combo, that okay, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. So it's a combo that we have. So president, vice president elections are held simultaneously. Also in America, there is a limit on the number of terms. So the tenure is 4 years and the number of terms are two. Now, this is very interesting. Remember this. They can have maximum 2 terms or maximum 10 years. Now, isn't that odd? If a president can be maximum 2 terms or two full terms, then it is 8 only, right? Then how are we saying 10 years? Maximum 10 years, but 2 terms full. What does it mean? Nothing about emergency. Let me explain this to you. Let me explain. So, what happens? Let me explain and try and understand this. So, let's assume the American president dies. Okay? Let's assume American president dies. What happens? The vice president becomes a president. The vice president becomes a president. Now, the vice president will continue to serve till the remaining tenure of the president of the US. So, this vice president may have already served for 2 years in the last president, uh, in case of his death. He may have already served for 2 years, but after that, also, he can have two full terms. So, that is how maximum 10. That is why this maximum 10 scope is given, that you can have two full terms. Apart from that, if you want, may maximum 2 more years. So that is for this case, that if someone dies, if the president dies, then vice president will become the president. Now, after 4 years, this VP wants to fight for election once again. So he can fight for election once again. He will have maximum two full tenures and whatever after that. Now comes the most interesting part. How is it that the American president is elected? The election of the American president, it looks very simple on the TV. It can be slightly tricky to understand. It looks pretty simple on the TV. On the TV, when you look at it, it just like people are directly voting for the president of the US. It's slightly trickier than that. Let's try and understand this. How is it the American president is elected? Let's try and understand. So, the American president, for example, how the election happens, the entire country of America is divided into 538 constituencies. The entire country of America is divided into 538 constituencies. Deepika, I will answer your question by one more question. You tell me, is the Indian vice president a part of both executive and legislature? And you will get the answer. So the American country entirely is divided into 538 constituencies, right? So how is this number reached? Why 538? There's a logic behind that also. Why 538? Because House of Representatives has 435 seats. Just a second, guys. Just a second. So House of Representatives, the lower house has 435 seats. Senate has 100 seats. Then what they do is their capital, that is Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C., their capital, they consider that 3 seats more. So they add all these up and they come to 538. That is the logic behind 538. That is not how the seats are divided, but that is how they reach that number of 538. That what we will do is, if you have to understand this election, you can compare this with India's Lok Sabha elections so that you can understand this better. Just compare that with India's Lok Sabha elections. So the entire country divided into 538 seats. You have to choose. If you want the Republican to become the president, you vote for the Republican. If you want the Democrat to win, you vote for the Democrat. Now, what is the majority mark of 538? If you divide that by 2, the majority mark is 270. 270 is the majority mark. So, for a person to become the American president, they need to get out of these at least 270 seats. At least 270. That is the majority mark. Now, the question is, usually in most of the cases, because we have only two parties in the US, one of them gets a majority. Usually, this is what happens. But there have been times that there may be a third party also, a very small party, and we also want to fight president election. They can. If something like this happens, that no candidate gets 270. If no candidate gets 270, then what do you do? In case no candidate gets 270, then House of Representatives will decide who will be the president. Then the House of Representatives will decide who will be the president. Has it ever happened or not? This is your homework. Search and find out. Let me know on Friday. So again, 270 is the seats that you require if you want to win the election. If you can't get 270, if none of the candidates can get 270, then what happens? The lower house, that is the House of Representatives, decides which party will get the presidency. It may be that party also who got the lowest votes, not really a problem. For example, if there are three parties, let's say Republicans got, let's say, 250 seats, Democrats, let's say, got 260, and then the smallest party, let's say there's something called the Green Party, they got 28. The House of Representatives can even say, okay, Green Party, you will become the president. So, how the presidency will happen? Usually, the situation does not arise. Usually, you do not have this kind of a situation. In usual cases, you have one party getting a clear majority. It's a very unique kind of a system. But just in case it doesn't happen, it is the House of Representatives that get this right. That now you choose a president, you decide who will be the president. So, again, your homework, you search for it. Has it ever happened? Has it not happened? Now, if you actually see, yes, Rashmi, if not 270, then House of Representatives will decide. Now, America has a very interesting system. I'm going into slight more detail, but you don't need to know this for the examination. I'm just telling you one very interesting fact about American presidential election. You don't need to know for the exam. So even if you don't understand, don't worry about that. But I'll just tell you one slight more thing. America has a very interesting system where every state has elections using its own rules. Every state has election using its own rule. So some state has some other rule, some state has some other rule. There is a rule that makes the election very interesting. There is a rule that says winner takes all. Winner takes all. There is a rule. Now, what does it mean? Some states follow this rule. I'll give you an example. Let's say there is a place called California. Okay. Let's say a place called California. California has total 40 seats. Now, let's say a place called California, they have 40 seats. For president election, the election is happening. In this election, what happened? Let's say Democrats win 22 seats, Republicans get 18 seats. Because they follow the winner takes all rule, because the Democrats won the state, all 40 seats will be given to Democrats only. That is the rule that they have, winner takes all. So, whichever party wins the state, even by one vote, they will get all the seats. All 40 seats will be given to Democrats, zero to Republicans. Some states in America do follow this system also. Winner takes all. Again, it is because every state has a separate constitution in America. So some American states in their constitution have written that we will follow winner takes all. If a party gets even one more seat, all 40 seats given to them. As I said, these details are not asked, never asked in the examination, so you don't have to go into detail of it. If you understood, great. If you don't understand, forget it like a bad dream. Whatever I said in the last 2-3 minutes, don't really worry about that. So basically, this is a very weird kind of a system that they follow internally. Every state has their own method to decide how will they go ahead and how will they not go ahead. That is how they decide. And I'll tell you some another very interesting part. So basically, in India, we have Election Commission of India to conduct elections. We have Election Commission of India to conduct elections. In USA, there is no such authority. No such authority. Every state gets the power to decide how the election will be conducted. They themselves declare the result that in our state, these people have won the election. these many seats have been won by this party. As simple as that. So, Election Commission of India exists in India. There is nothing called Election Commission of India, Election Commission of the US. They don't have any such body. The states conduct their own elections. Again, if you don't understand this, don't worry. You should not lose your sleep over winner takes all kind of a system. Now, president removal. Has the American president been removed so far? No. No American president has been removed so far. For the American president removal, also, please understand something. In India, we use the word impeachment. In India, we use the word impeachment for removing the president. Right? In India, if I tell you that the president has been impeached, you will say that the president has been removed, right? If I tell you in India, president has been impeached, in India, you will understand president is gone. In America, that is not true. In America, it's a two-step process. Like in India, also one house and the other house. In America, also removal of president is a two-step process. First step, or by the way, the reasons why do you remove the president? Taking a bribe. Treason means basically conspiring against the nation. If you conspire against the nation, and other high crimes, which has no definition. There is no definition of what is other high crime, so no clarity on that. Not in India. US also has very vague terms. No one knows what is high crime, but this is bribery, treason against the nation. So, how to remove the American president? The process will start in the lower house, that is House of Representatives. That is the lower house where the process will start. If the bill passes here in the first house, this is called impeachment. If the bill passes here, this is called impeachment. Like Donald Trump was impeached, but he was not removed. He was impeached because in the lower house, the resolution was passed against him. Bill Clinton was impeached. Against Bill Clinton, also in the lower house, we saw that impeachment took place, so the lower house passed a resolution against them. But impeachment doesn't really mean removal. After impeachment, it will go to the upper house, that is the Senate, where the final decision will be taken. In the Senate, removal requires two-thirds of the total majority. Only then the president of the US will be removed. So far in the history of the US, that has not happened. In the history of US, we have not had any president being removed. Presidents have been impeached, but impeachment in US doesn't mean removal because it is just the lower house. In America, it's different. In India, it's different. So, in the news, when you see Donald Trump has been impeached, don't think impeachment means he has been removed. It's different there, and it's different in case of India. Now, their lawmaking process is very similar to that of India. They also introduce the law, introduce the bill, give it to the committee, have a discussion, and then vote. Very similar to India, nothing different. So, nothing really has to be discussed here. However, there are slight differences when it comes to number one, joint sitting, and number two, veto power. Let's see first the joint sitting part and then the veto part. Let's talk about the joint sitting. In India, also, we have a joint sitting provision. You can have a joint sitting of Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha. In America, also. Now, what is the difference between the two? In the joint sitting in India, the entire Lok Sabha and the entire Rajya Sabha will sit, meaning that Lok Sabha obviously has much more powers in the joint sitting. If you look at the joint sitting, many more members from Lok Sabha will sit. Rajya Sabha has lesser members, so obviously, if the Lok Sabha wants, they can pass the bill. In America, they have been very careful that this will not happen. In America, in the joint sitting, equal number of members from both the houses will come. So they will decide, let's say, 20 from here, 20 from here will come, or 50-50, or 10-10, or whatever. But all the entire house will not come. Also, the number of members will come in proportion to the number of seats a party has. So if the Democrat Party has 60% seats in the lower house, 60% members of their party will come. So they make sure that in the joint sitting also, they don't have one party having a lot of power over the other party. Over here in India, that is not the case. Second important difference is the veto. When you read about the Indian veto or Indian president's veto, you read about absolute veto, suspensive veto, pocket veto, etc. In case of India, one more thing that you read is Indian president has no time limit given to him to sign on the bill. So that is why Indian president can use pocket veto as well. In America, that is not true. First, in America, Indian president has suspensive veto. American president has qualified veto. In India, we have suspensive veto, while in America, they have qualified veto. What is the difference between the two? Suspensive veto means that Indian president can send back the bill, ask the parliament to pass it one more time, and then I will sign it. If the president in India sends the bill back, asks the bill to be passed one more time, it has to be passed by the same majority. If it was simple majority earlier, you pass it again by simple majority again, and I will then give the assent. In America, if the president sends back the bill, now you have to pass it by a higher majority. More number of people should now vote for the bill. Yes, only then he will sign. That is called qualified veto. He sends the bill back. Now the American president has to, or American parliament has to now pass it by a higher majority only. It has to be by a higher majority. Second, the pocket veto difference. Now, in India, pocket veto is used because the president of India has no time limit on in what time or in how much time do you have to decide on the bill. In America, the American president has a 10-day time limit. On the 11th day, the bill is automatically passed. On the 11th day, the bill is automatically passed. So 10 days is what the president of US gets. If you pass, great. If you don't pass, it will automatically pass. You can't really do anything about that. There is an interesting loophole here. There's a very interesting loophole here. What is that loophole? Let's try and understand. So, in America, there's a very interesting law. In America, it is said once the session ends, the bill will end. Session ends leads to the end of the bill also. For example, in India, we have three sessions of the parliament in a year. We have the budget session, the monsoon session, the winter session. In India, if the session ends, nothing happens to the bill. The bill continues in the next session, right? In America, that is not true. If a session ends, the bill will automatically end. In the new session, you have to start a new bill once again. Now, how does the American president uses this power? How is it that the American president uses this power? For example, let's say today the American president got a bill, okay? And in that bill, he does not want to sign. If the American president knows that less than 10 days are remaining in the session, like today is 28th of June, the American president got the bill. He knows that the session is ongoing only till the 4th of July, then the session will end. So, what will he do? He will not sign on the bill because he has 10 days. When the session comes to an end, the bill will automatically go away. So the American president does not have a veto, but he can misuse or he can use this loophole that he may not sign on the bill if less than 10 days are remaining in the session. Then he knows that the bill will automatically be gone. So I don't really have to do a lot of things here. That is how the American president uses the veto power as compared to what the Indian president does. Now, the most interesting and the most debated part of American parliament system. In America, they have a law called filibuster. What is filibuster? Why is it discussed? Why it is criticized so much? Try and understand this. So, we very often criticize our parliament, right? That our parliament is not doing anything, parliament is wasting time, etc. Let me tell you what filibuster is, and then you tell me if our parliament is better or the American parliament is better. So basically, what exactly is filibuster? In the past few years, many years ago, American parliament saw this problem that apart from the two big political parties, if some other party, small party, also wins one or two seats, their members don't get a chance to speak in the parliament. They don't get any time to speak in the parliament. Someone starts interrupting that no, you can't speak, etc. So there was a law made. The law is, if a member of the Senate is speaking, the member will not be stopped until the member stops. Let me repeat. If the member of a parliament of the Senate is speaking, the member will not be stopped unless the member stops himself. Okay? Now, let's take an example. Let's say the Democrat Party, they introduce a bill. Republicans don't want this bill to pass. So what will the Republicans do? One Republican will get up, start speaking because he knows he cannot be stopped. He will start reading storybooks. He will start reciting poems. He will start telling you stories that one day I went there. This is a good day. There is so much sunlight. And he'll start singing an essay. This is all true. They speak for many hours continuously, any random thing. Why? So that they can't be stopped. They will speak till the session is over and the bill is gone. This is called filibuster. This is called filibuster. That the member of the Senate can speak till whatever time he or she wants, they will not be stopped. And this is now misused to ensure the bill doesn't get passed. There are so many videos. If you just type on YouTube filibuster speeches, you will see speeches where people have brought books and they just keep on reading the entire book, and people just leave the parliament. Because what they will do, they just keep on reading the book one after the other. They bring their storybooks of their children, just keep on reading. Some people start singing, some people start doing something else because they will not leave the mic. That is what happens in America. That is why American Senate is so criticized that they can't pass a bill. Many months, years ago, they don't pass any bill. Why? Because they just filibuster. If the party does not want the bill to pass, the other party will just stand up and filibuster. That is a big problem that we have in America. At least we don't have this much in India. That is what they do, but in India, we don't have that problem. The judicial part is slightly different as compared to India. India has an integrated judicial system. Integrated means we have Supreme Court and we have High Court, but there's no difference. Means in India, it is not like state laws will go to High Court, center will go to Supreme Court. We don't have that system. India has an integrated judiciary. In America, there's a dual judiciary, means they have different courts for the states and there are different courts for the center, which are called federal courts. So if you break a law of the center government, your case will go to federal courts. If you break a law of the state government, your case will go to the state courts, and this is different. In America, again, as I said, federal disputes go to separate matters. Law passed by the Congress also at the center government level go to separate matters, separate courts. And constitutional matters, again, if it is center government constitution matter, it will go to federal court. If it's a state government constitutional matter, it will go to the state courts. So they have a different type of judicial setup. For center, it is separate. For state, it's separate. In India, it is not the case. In India, it's an integrated judicial setup. We have one judiciary for everyone. Also, as I said, they continue to serve for a lifetime. There is no retirement for judges in the US. Until they exhibit good behavior, they will receive their services, they will continue in their office. There is no retirement age. The judges themselves can retire, obviously. And also, usually after, let's say, 80 years, there is a medical examination that keeps on happening. Are they mentally fit? Are they physically fit or not? And only after that you see that something like this happen. But usually judges continue till the time they want. There's no retirement age as such in the US for the judges. This was the American Constitution and its comparison. Now, as I said earlier, since most of the questions are from the American one, we will go into a lot more detail of American Constitution as compared to the other countries. So now you will see the other countries that we will take up. We will not go into that much detail because those many questions are not asked. We'll go into the main features. The American one we wanted to be in a lot more detail because a lot of these questions are asked. Let me take up few questions that have been given to me. A lot of these questions have come up so that we can just resolve them and then we'll go ahead with the UK one. Okay, one by one. Pulkit has a question. For example, if Democrats get 270 in US Congress, will they again conduct election to decide? No, 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 no. Listen. What I explained to you is the American president election. Parliament elections are held separately. The 270 mark you need to become the president. It is not parliament election. Parliament elections are happening very separately. They are not the same. So don't be confused at 270 members and the result action will happen again. No. The 271 is only for the president. Sri Lakshmi saying who will announce election result in the states of US? Sri Lakshmi, every individual state announces their result and then basically it is all added up and that is how the government announces the result after that. Tushar is saying winner takes all. Who will be in the opposition in this situation? Tushar, again, you are confused. This entire system that we saw is the system for American president election. There is no role of the opposition as such here. When the parliament elections happen, they are separate. Then we have an opposition, then we have someone in the party. This is just the American president election, just to count if someone reaches 270. Whoever reaches 270 will become the president. This is not the parliament elections. Then Nagraj is saying, what if Senate excuses a particular matter in president's impeachment? Is there any possibility to stay in that same position? I am not sure, Nagraj, what do you mean when you say excuse a particular matter? I'm not sure what you mean to say. So you'll have to clarify what you mean. Kirubagar is saying, is it ethical to suppress the voice of losing party because they also hold significant vote of the people? Kirubagar, we have discussed this topic in a lot of detail in module number 5 of governance. So please go back, see the recorded version. We have had a long debate on why consensus is required. Then I have a question from Utkarsh. When he was in government, that means House of Representative had more Republicans. Then how was he impeached? No. When Donald Trump was in power, what happened was there was a midterm elections. The Democrats again came to power, but again Donald Trump did so many bad things that many Republicans also voted against him. It's not that Republicans will not vote against their candidate. They really think that it is something wrong. They will vote against their candidate as well. Donald Trump especially. Then I have a question from Ajay. Why DC is considered 3 seats? Why Lok Sabha has why UP has 80 seats in the Lok Sabha? Depending on the size, depending on the population. Simple. Okay, let's go ahead then. The next thing that we have to study, or the next constitution that we'll study and take up the major provisions, is the British Constitution. Now, British Constitution again is one of those constitutions from where India has a lot of familiarity because a lot of features in our constitution we have taken from Britain only. Most of our freedom fighters are very familiar with the British system, so they knew how it works, and that is why we took a lot of things from the British system. Now, Britain is a very unique kind of a system. First, there is no written constitution as such. Please understand, not having a written constitution does not mean that they don't have a constitution. They have normal laws, they have their tradition going on for a long time. That is what they call constitution. They don't have a separate written book that they call the constitution. Like Israel also, for example, doesn't have a written constitution. So there are a few countries in the world without a written constitution as such. Doesn't mean that they don't have a constitution. It just means there's no one specific book that they call as a constitution. A lot of things are clubbed together and understood as the constitution, like the Magna Carta, different conventions that have been going on, laws passed by the parliament, judicial interpretation. What is Magna Carta? So, Magna Carta of 1215 is considered as one of the world's most important documents that established our democracy. Let's try and understand how. So, Britain for a long time had this king, queen, monarchy, and they had all the powers. Although they had parliament, but they did not give many powers to the parliament. Kings usually held most of the powers. This led to a lot of protests by the people who were very angry with the king and the corruption. In 1215, for the first time ever, king transferred some of its powers to the parliament. That is called a document called Magna Carta. For the first time ever, it led to powers being given in the hands of the people, representatives of the people, rather than the king or the queen taking all the powers. Magna Carta is usually regarded as the first document in the world that led to the establishment of a kind of a democracy in the beginning, at least having some powers with those representatives who are elected by the people and not the king. All these together are considered as the constitution of UK, although they don't have a written constitution as such. Now, UK also has a parliamentary form of government, just like India. So, very similar to India. If you have to become a minister, you have to be a member of parliament. There is one interesting difference, however. The one interesting difference between India and Britain in this case is in India, prime minister can be from any house. In India, prime minister can be from any house. But on the other hand, if you look at, let's say, America, in sorry, UK, in UK, PM has to be from the lower house only. In UK, the PM has to be from the lower house only. First. Second, they have a constitutional monarchy. Now, what do you mean? Let's first talk about monarchy. Monarchy basically means you don't have a republic. Head of the country belongs to one specific family. It is hereditary, passed on. The title belongs to one family only. You saw the queen passed away, then we have the king from the same party, from the same family, sorry. So it's a monarchy, but it's a constitutional monarchy. Now, constitutional monarchy means monarchy whose powers are limited by the constitution. Constitution limits the powers of the monarchy. So, Constitution of the UK clearly tells what the monarchy can do, what the monarchy cannot do. What the monarchy can do, what are their powers, what are not their powers. British monarchy is very similar to Indian president now, very similar, just like a rubber stamp authority, just saying yes to whatever advice is given to them. In most cases, they usually have the similar kind of a work life that our Indian president has. They have a unitary constitution. So, not every country is a federal country. There are some countries which are very small in size, like UK, France, Japan. These are unitary countries, these are not federal countries. What do you mean? It means these countries have no states or no provinces, they just have a country and cities. Like India, we have different states, duties. In these countries, they don't have any state because they're so small. How will it divide themselves in different states? So that is why they have all the powers mainly at the center government. Cities have municipalities, they have mayors, etc., who have some powers, but there's no state government as such. So France, UK, Japan, all of these are very unitary constitution countries. Very flexible constitution. Since the constitution is not written, since the constitution is not written, there is no method given to amend the constitution. Any new law by a simple majority can be regarded as an amendment to the old constitution. So, very flexible, meaning that you can amend whatever you want by simple majority. You pass a bill by simple majority and you can amend the constitution. The Process of election, etc., is very similar to that of India. Like our parliament elections, they also have elections. The very interesting feature of Britain that we don't have is parliamentary supremacy. So in Britain, the British Parliament is truly sovereign. Truly sovereign means, see, when Indian Parliament makes a law, Indian Parliament is not sovereign. Why? When Indian Parliament makes a law, it can be struck down by our courts. They have struck down many laws. In Britain, that is not true. In Britain, there is no judicial review power with the Supreme Court. No judicial review. So if the British Parliament has passed a law, it will not be struck down by the court. There is a very famous saying for British Parliament. The saying is, the British Parliament can do everything except make man into a woman and women into a man. Now with science they can do that also, by the way. But anyway, so this is what their famous saying is. But British Parliament can do everything except make man into a woman and women into a man. Again, the logic here is that whatever laws that they pass, these laws cannot be challenged in the judiciary. So their parliament is truly sovereign, rather than India or rather than any other country where there's a balance between the parliament and the judiciary. British parliament is also bicameral, like India, like US. Means they also have two houses. House of Commons is the lower house. House of Lords is the upper house. Now, the British upper house is regarded as one of the weakest in the world. One of the weakest in the world. They are very similar to constituent legislative council at the state level. Their upper house is very, very, very weak. They can't stop many laws from being made. It's very interesting upper house. Many of the seats in the upper house are actually hereditary. For example, in upper house they have something called Lord Spiritual. What is Lord Spiritual? So basically, in Britain, the church nominates some members in the house. So church can nominate some priest, people who work in the church, they are nominated by the church. Then they have life peers and hereditary peers. What do you mean? Life peers are those who are members for life, who are members for life in this house. Hereditary peers, as the name suggests, even after their life, the seed will pass on in their family. So hereditary passing on the seeds. Hereditary seeds, they are passed on from one generation to the other generation. Why? Why is this the case? So basically, if you look at British history, we have one famous royal family everyone knows about. Everyone in the world watches the royal family. Apart from them, also there are some small little royal families here and there who had some small castle, who had some small city. Their powers were taken away. There was only one royal family that ruled. So these are the small royal families that we had. To make them happy, they were told, okay, you take a seat in the parliament, we'll give you a good salary. It will be a hereditary seat, don't worry. So this is where this comes in from. That those people who are from a royal background, maybe distinct, far off relatives to the real royal family, they were told that, okay, you go ahead and you will also be made a member here. So that is why the upper house in UK doesn't have a lot of significance. It can't even stop laws from being made. It's more of a ceremonial position to tell, see, you also have powers. You don't have to worry about that as well. That was our UK constitution. As I said, except the American one, you don't have to go into a lot of details of the other constitutions because other questions are usually not asked. The questions mostly are focused on the American one. Okay, let me take up a few questions once again. Um, One by one. Okay, Shweta has a question. In USA, bill is introduced only in the Senate. No, Shweta, that is not true. When higher order appointments are made by the president of the US, like Supreme Court judges, they have to be on international treaties. They have to be ratified by the Senate only, but bill can be introduced in any of the two houses. Azhar is saying this means 7 year period will be gone and debates won't end. Azhar, maybe. No one knows the future. Yes. Ajay is saying any state want to end from federal. Why court not allow like Texas? Because the American Constitution says it is not allowed after the American Civil War. Mrityunjay says, then can we say that the American Legislative Assembly was very good? They made a law which won't be required too much amendment in this evolving world, which is as the opposite of India, is not a criticism of a constituent assembly. No, Mrityunjay, because the chapter means comparison of the constitution doesn't mean that you have to decide one is good, one is bad. Everyone can have different features. You might like something else to eat, something else might like someone else to eat. That doesn't mean one has to be good, one has to be bad. Everyone thought from their own point of view, so you don't have to take a stand that no, ours was bad, theirs was good, or theirs was bad, ours was good. It's just contrasting features. Then I have a question from Amala. Are Scotland, Wales also considered as cities? Not cities. They are considered as a part of UK. They also have representation in the British Parliament, the UK Parliament. Okay. One more. Akula is asking me to repeat Magna Carta. So Magna Carta is basically the first ever document in Britain history that transfers some of the powers from Britain to the British, from British King to that of the Parliament. Piyush is saying in BPSC a question came, right to equality before law and equal protection of law is taken from which country? Can you please name the articles taken from which country? See, Piyush, a simple Google search will give you the answer. So I would give you this as a homework. Since it's a BPSC question, go and do your homework, just Google search, and you'll get to know. As far as the articles are concerned, you don't have to remember any articles. Don't worry about that of other constitutions. Let's go ahead then. The next country, pretty interesting country with which a question was asked, I think 1 year back or 2 years back in GS2, is France. Now, France is a very interesting country. It's a very experimental country. They keep on experimenting with a lot of things. Uh, for example, the current constitution of France is called the Fifth Republic. The constitution of France is called the Fifth Republic. Why? Because they have changed so many constitutions. Sometimes they make a constitution for monarchy, then they make a constitution which is republican, then they make a mixed kind of a constitution. If you look at the French Revolution history, they have made so many different constitutions. On an average, if you look at their history, on an average, it is said that they have changed their constitution every 12 years, on an average. Every 12 years, they are like, not good, man. Let's bring something new. So they keep on changing their constitutions. The current constitution of France is called the Fifth Republic because it is the fifth republican constitution. Fifth constitution that says that they're a republican country. Fifth such. Apart from that, there were other constitutions which were about monarchy, etc. But it is the fifth republican constitution. Then this constitution is in force in 1958. So if you look at it, India's constitution is older than that of France. It is after our constitution, 8 years after our constitution, that they had their own constitution. Just think of people preparing for UPSC in France. Every single time, every few years, new constitution, new constitution. So just imagine their syllabus changing. You should be thankful to India, at least our constitution remains the same, right? They don't just change it overnight. So France, because they have experimented so much, they have very unique systems. Mix and match of some countries, mix and match here and there, because they have experimented so much. So I'll tell you how the mix and match works. First, they have a system which is not parliamentary, not presidential. They have a semi-presidential system. Not parliamentary, not presidential. So it's a semi-presidential system. How? First, people elect their president directly, like the US. So people elect president directly, like the US. But then president will choose the prime minister and the ministers from the parliament according to his choice. The president will look at the parliament and decide, okay, you become my prime minister, you become my ministers. So there's a prime minister also in France. There's a president also in France. It is the people who choose the president of France. We have the parliament which has prime minister and minister, but they don't have a lot of powers. It is said that the French president is the most powerful president in the world in any democratic country. It is said no democracy has given so much powers to their president as the French president has been given. Why is that the case? In the French constitution, this one that we have right now, in the French constitution, it is clearly written that the Parliament of France can make laws only on few things. So there is a list, for example, in the Constitution of France, and this list says what are the matters on which the Parliament can make a law. On all the matters which are not mentioned here, all the matters which are not mentioned here, they go to the President of France automatically. And there are a lot of things not mentioned here. So the French president has very, very, very strong powers. The parliament can make law on very limited number of issues in France. On all the other matters, a French president gets the power that you are the ones who decide. That is why it is said in most democracies around the world, the French president gets most of the powers. Now, how is the French president elected? Election of French president is a very simple process. I think the simplest of all to understand. And many other countries also have the same process. So, for example, president elections, let's assume there are four people or five people who are contesting elections. Okay. To win the president election in France, you require 50% plus one votes. You require 50% plus one vote. So let's say these five people contest elections. If any one of them got 50% plus one, they will become president automatically. Simple. If none of them gets 50% plus one, then what happens? Then we have the second stage. In second stage, what happens? Only top two people will be fighting elections. So from the first stage, top two who got the most votes, they will fight elections again. And now whoever gets 50% plus one will win the election. Very simple process. So first stage, there can be any number of candidates, 5, 10, 15, 20. Whoever wants to fight election can come. Top two will go to second stage if no one got 50 plus one, and then they decide the result. Exactly the same happened recently in Turkey. If you saw Turkey elections, Turkey has the same process. They just followed it very recently. The Turkish president Erdogan again won the election in the second round. So it's a process followed by many countries around the world. Very simple state process. Now, France also has a unitary constitution. Just like Britain, France does not have any states. It's a small country by size. So they have the central government, they have some mayors here and there, but not states as such. France also has a very, very unique way of amending the constitution. The French amendment, constitution amendment, is very, very interesting. So in France, there are two ways in which the amendment can happen. Let me write it here. So in France, there are two ways in which the amendment can happen. One way, special majority by both houses of parliament. Special majority, like the two-third majority that we have, by both houses of parliament. Now, let's assume the parliament is not passing the law, but the French president wants that amendment should happen. So, what does he do? French president can call for a referendum. Referendum is called by the president of France. The French president will say, okay, I will ask the people of France to vote. If 60% people say yes, then the constitution of France will be amended. then the constitution of France will be amended. So again, if you have people of France with the 60% majority saying yes, we want to amend the French constitution, they can, even if the parliament does not agree to it. That referendum, that is asking the people for their vote, can only happen if the French president wants it. This again shows how powerful the French president is. If the parliament is not giving him what he wants, if the parliament is not going ahead and asking or giving the passing the law, the president can just ask the people, you vote for it, like a general election in the country. And if 60% people say yes, then it will be passed. So again, the reason why France has some unique features is because they have experimented quite a lot, time and time again. So far in UPSC history of about 30, 40 years, there has been only one question from French constitution, that is comparison of Indian and French president election. No other question has come in ever. The only question we have seen is Indian and French president election. So French president election, as we discussed, very easy. Anyone, any number of people can contest elections. In order to win the elections, you need 50% plus one votes. If someone gets it, great. If they don't, there is stage two. The second stage is top two candidates from the first stage. They fight the elections once again, and then one of them who gets higher votes, 50% plus one, they again come to the power. Exactly the same was followed just right now in Turkey when we had the Turkish constitution. Then we also have some features of the Australian constitution. From Australian constitution, we have not had any questions so far. So again, we will study some of the features, but so far we have not seen any question from the Australian constitution. How does it work? So Australia also a very unique country. Do you know Australia is not a republic? It is still under the British monarch. So whoever is the monarch of Britain, king, queen, they are called the king or queen of Australia as well. Australia also has a very similar kind of a structure to India because they took their structure from Britain. So Britain has the same as Australia. We also have the same as Britain. So it's very similar to us, not very different from us. They also have parliamentary form of government, just like we have in India. Ministers have to be members of parliament. They have, as I said, British monarch connection. So what happens is in Australia, there is a post called Governor General. In Australia, there is a post called Governor General of Australia. Like we had in India, remember when the British were here, like the Viceroy? Similarly, they also have the post of Governor General, like the Viceroy. Governor General is regarded as a person who works on behalf of the British monarch. So, Governor General signs on the bill on behalf of the British monarch. That is what happens. The British monarch has still been given the highest post in the country on paper, but the Governor General works usually on the convention that he or she will abide by the advice given by the ministers. So whatever the advice is given, they will work on this and they will act. So very similar to Indian president, just that Australia is not a republic because they don't have an elected head of the country. Their amendment is parliament will vote and they will have a referendum. Just like, see, in France, we have to have one of the two. We just discussed about France. In France, either there is a parliament with special majority or people with referendum say yes. In Australia, it's a two-step process. First, the parliament has to vote by special majority. Then a referendum also will happen. Two-step process. And it is exactly the same in Japan. Exactly the same in Japan. That is why in Japanese history, there have been zero amendments so far. In Australia, it's a two-step process. Parliament will first decide, then a referendum will happen. So it is very, very, very difficult. Since 1901, only 8 out of 44 proposals have been approved. Just imagine. 123 years and only 8 amendments so far. Why? Very rigid constitution, as you can see. There were 44 proposals, but only eight have been accepted so far. Very rigid constitution, like of US, Japan also. The role of Governor General is similar to that of India's president. The Governor General has a 3-year tenure. Their federalism is very similar to that of India. The state parliaments, or the legislative assembly that you call them, they also have powers, and they also have their own state constitutions. But their powers are not very high. Like our concurrent list, if the state government also makes a law that is overriding the center government law, it will not be allowed. Similarly, with Australia, Australia has a parliament at the state level, they have a constitution at the state level also, but their federal structure has not given a lot of power to their states. If the states make any law that goes contrary to what the British, or to what the what the center government has done, the state law will not be allowed. So the state law will not be allowed if the state law is, for example, against the law of the center. Now, apart from that, this is a previous year question, just giving an example of the kind of questions that you might expect from being asked. For example, as you can see here, the kind of question that has been asked from India, US. India and USA are two large democracies. Examine the basic tenets on which the two political systems are based. So, again, it's a very open ended question. So, you have to decide what are the values that you will write. For example, you can write both the systems or both the countries have a federal form of government, but there are slight differences. You can talk about bicameral legislature. You can talk about how both of us have democracy or democratic form of government. These are some of the things that you can write here, and then also compare as well. You can also compare and see how one government is better or how one government is different as compared to the other government. Let's see if you can answer this. I have just one single question for you from the prelims point of view. You can answer this, and then I'll take up some of your questions also, those who have a lot of doubt here. Read this question very carefully. Let me know once you have read this. I'll start your timer. Have you read this? Should we start? Okay. Your time starts now. Yes, Nitish, 150 words only for that question. Oh, 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 oh. Why only 14%? Was this such a difficult question? I thought it's not a difficult question. First, the aim of the scheme is to bring greater transparency in the funding process. Yes. Only political parties recognized by the Election Commission having secured not less than 1% votes in the last general elections or the state elections are eligible to receive electoral bonds. Yes. Only those who have got 1% seats or 1% votes at least. Then, electoral bonds shall be valid for 15 calendar years from the date of the issue. Yes. For example, if today SBI gives you the bond, it has to be within 15 days that the party has to deposit in their account, not after 15 days. Bonds are deposited by the eligible party in this account shall be credited the same day. Yes, all these are correct. I'm not sure why few people got this wrong, but all of these are absolutely correct. All of these are absolutely correct. It is always the same day. Yes. If political party submits it today, let's say political party today deposits it in their account, the same day SBI will transfer the money, not waiting. That is it. So all these are correct. You can read about these later on as well, which brings us to the end of the class. I think Yagna answered the question correctly. That's why asking for the leaderboard. So this is the leaderboard for those who answered the question correctly. The name is right in front of you. Perfect. So it brings to the end of the class, but I will take a few questions because it seems like one of those topics where people have a lot of questions in their mind. So I'll quickly take up those questions and see who has what questions. Okay. Let me take a few questions that have been given to me already first. Devendrappa has a question. In UK, what is the role of the Prince family to make amendments? Nothing. Just like our president has no role except signing, similarly in UK, the royal family, the king or the queen, the monarch, are have to abide by the advice given to them. They have to just sign and not discuss something else and not do something else. Rajkumar is saying, do President of France have veto power to reject the bill? Yes, they do. Devendrappa, why do you have so many questions about the family of the king? British family in UK has no powers. The only power they have is they're very rich. No other powers. Janvi saying tenure of French president. Janvi, tenure of French president is 5 years. 5 year tenure, they can have two consecutive tenures and then they'll have to step aside. Bhardwaj saying in second stage elections will be held again. Yes, in second stage again elections will be held. It just happened in Turkey. If you see the news, I think just 2 months back, Turkish elections happened. I think not in 2 months, 1 month back. Yes, Bansi, you can leave if you don't have a question. Uh, yes, Misbah, you can write comparison in table also. Satyam is saying in French president election, if 5 people are contesting, 3 get the same votes, which is the highest. See, Satyam, that does not happen because there are crores of people who are voting. It has not happened. If it does happen, then maybe they'll make a new law about it. Rashmi is saying difference between suspensive and qualified veto. So, Rashmi, in suspensive veto, when the president sends a bill back, it has to pass again with the same majority. In qualified veto, when the president of US sends a bill back, you have to now pass it again by a higher majority. Also, reminding you once again, we do not have a class tomorrow. We do not have any session tomorrow. Tomorrow is Eid. We will be meeting now day after tomorrow for your last module. Ilma is saying any nominated members in British and UK legislature. Ilma, UK legislature, we saw the upper house is full of nominated members only, nominated by church, etc. In US Parliament, no nominated members. Aquila, yes. President of France is chosen by individuals directly like our general elections. Rahul, dual citizenship simply means that you are a citizen of the state also where you are living and the citizen of America also. Because every state has their constitution, so constitution will be applied to you for the state also and the national also. Shweta is saying in the when the question specifically asked reasons in support of your answer, do we have to write both sides? See Ilma, see Shweta. When you there's a question that says in support of your answer, that means in the main body you have to take one side. Is it good or is it bad? In the concluding argument, you may give 1 or 2 points against it as well, but not against it, but as a suggestion that this is a problem, we should do this also. In the main body, you have to write one side only. Usually, that is when it says in support of your answer, give some arguments. Pulkit, no, there will not be Indian Express session tomorrow. The Indian Express session of on the app, we are stopping it for some time. So no, there will not be Indian Express session tomorrow or after that also. For some time, it is being stopped. Manoj is saying British Queen, the connection of Australia, it is not clear. So Manoj, just like British ruled over India, British ruled over Australia also. When Australia got independent, Their arrangement was that we will still recognize the British monarch as our monarch. Not any powers as such exclusively, just like our president signs on the bill, their president signs on the bill, their queen, it is in the name of their queen that they take the government decision, nothing else. Snehata, no, who told you CNA has stopped? CNA is going on every day at 10 a.m. Who told you it stopped, Sneha? Go to YouTube, it will be 10 every single day. Perfect. Let's end the class from my end. The SME is still here to answer your questions. I'll now see you day after tomorrow for the last module of governance. Have a good day ahead. Bye bye. Jai Hind.
and generally have been asked